strong strong promoter of green infrastructure over the last few years, and is also very deeply involved in all of the complications around how to achieve development, how to achieve infrastructure provision, but also how to deal with the environmental consequences of development. And this is a particularly crucial moment for Africa, not only because the continent is really at the moment on a developmental knife edge, with a really potentially amazing future with, kind of due to its youth dividend, but at the same time facing lots of struggles to try and fund all of the infrastructure it needs to develop. So we're delighted today to draw on the very rich insights of an amazing group of guests. We're going to start off today with a short presentation by Mr. Li Nan from the Chinese Embassy. Mr. Li is currently the Deputy Chief of Mission, the Minister Counselor of the Chinese Embassy in South Africa. Between 2014 and 2018, he was the Deputy Chief of Mission and Political Counselor of the Chinese Embassy in Botswana and in Namibia, respectively. Before that, he was in the Department of General Administration of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And before that, working at the Chinese Embassy in the United States of America. So he joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 1994 and worked in various positions in the Department of Information and Department of Policy Planning for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He graduated from Beijing Foreign Studies University with a BA in English and Literature, and also studied at the London School of Economics, where he gained a MSc degree in Public Policy and Management. Mr. Li, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother and Dr. Kobus. And good morning to all, and also Sawubona and Dumela. So for the benefit of time, let me just say all protocols observed. And so thanks again for Dr. Kobus and for allowing me to cut in this morning, to take up a few minutes to elaborate on the issue of something like a hot topic for quite a while, like the debt trap, so on and so forth. But actually, first of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the scholars and experts present at this webinar today and also earlier in the session this time. I think your active participation and contribution has really graced this time's webinar organized by SAIA. So as we all know, in recent years, the Western countries and the Western media and even some certain scholars have been fascinated with inventing some new labels and tags against China's African policy, such as the debt trap, debt diplomacy, even debt weapon, even neo-colonialism, even recently some new term like palace diplomacy, and also even strategic takeover, so on and so forth, to slander and to attack China. But we can look into each of them if we have time. But today, I will just elaborate on one point, that is the so-called debt trap theory, fabricated by the Western side. So actually, Ambassador Designate Mr. Chen Xiaodong last time earlier already touched upon this issue a bit. But since this issue is really the rock on the road, so I would like to take a few minutes, to say a few words on that. So before we start, I think we must look into two questions. Number one, is there really a so-called debt trap designed by China to undermine Africa's national sovereignty? Is there a hidden agenda by China to take advantage of Africa to achieve vicious gains? I think that both answers are definitely no. The so-called debt trap theory is nothing but a fallacy narrative fabricated by the Western countries to undermine China-Africa cooperation, and it is totally groundless, both in theory and in practice. So number one, is that a terrible thing? The answer is, it depends. To a government who is desperately in need of foreign capital to invest in long-term projects such as infrastructure construction to realize national development, it is a blessing rather than a curse to be able to get or borrow some other's money to develop yourself. Take China's case, for example. In the late 80s and 90s last century, China actually borrowed a lot of money, from foreign countries to invest in long-term projects, which actually have made what we are today. The key is to make good use of that and achieve development. So actually, infrastructure construction is the key and precondition for the sustainable development of any country's economy and requires a lot of funds. So in fact, Africa is facing the bottlenecks of backward infrastructure, as we all know it, and also the shortage of professional talent and funding. The concessional or commercial loans China provided to Africa are mainly used to support African countries' construction of large-scale infrastructure such as railways, highways, ports, airports, and communication facilities, which can help Africa achieve independent and sustainable development instead of spending on payrolls and even simply for purchasing or shopping. The West is not interested in providing financial support to Africa's infrastructure construction because, comparatively speaking, it's not high profit making sector in the infrastructure construction, but they are more interested in slandering China to create a debt trap, so-called debt trap, which is very, very hypocritical. Number two, is China the maker or the largest creditor to African debt? The answer is again definitely no. China is not the maker of African debt. The heavy debt burden of African countries are mainly the unpleasant outcome of colonial exploitation of the former colonial powers. It is the former colonial powers who had set up the singular economic structure in African countries, which have made the situation even worse. So unfortunately, the US and some other European countries have turned a very blind eye to this and now are pointing fingers to China on the issue of debt. This is very unfair, unacceptable, irresponsible, as well as hypocritical. China is also not the largest creditor to Africa debt. According to the latest report from the China-Africa Institute of Johns Hopkins University of US, private creditors accounts for 45%, and multilateral financial institutions such as the World Bank accounts for 30% of the African debt. So these two stakeholders are still the largest creditors to African debt. So among African countries that are in debt distress or facing high debt risks, debt to China only takes a moderately small proportion. It's roughly less than 15%. Number three, under the context of COVID-19 pandemic, what is China's response to the debt issue in Africa? Affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, it is true that global economic recession and the decline in commodity prices have increased the debt burden of some African countries, which is in essence a development problem. So if China were creating a debt crisis or so-called debt trap in Africa, the first country to be trapped would be China itself. So do you think China is foolish enough? Is that stupid to do such a thing? I really do not think so. China has been committed to promoting high quality development at the will of African countries so as to achieve the better value for money of Chinese financial support. And now, through concrete actions, China is making every possible effort to help African countries ease their debt burdens. China attaches great importance to debt suspension and alleviation in Africa and is committed to fully implementing the G20 Debt Service Suspension Initiative. At the extraordinary China-Africa Summit on solidarity against COVID-19, President Xi Jinping announced important measures on debt suspension and alleviation in Africa. We are actively responding to African concerns in accordance with consensus reached by Chinese and African leaders and the G20 DSSI. So at present, the Export and Import Bank of China, as an official bilateral creditor, has signed debt suspension agreements with 11 African countries. Other non-official creditors have also reached consensus on debt relief with some African countries with reference to the DSSI. China will also cancel interest-free loans due to mature by the end of this year for 15 African countries and continue to push the international community, especially the G20 countries, to further extend the duration of debt suspension. As you can see, China has taken serious actions to this, and yet we are still waiting other stakeholders to take action. So every time when China declares something, we really mean it. Number 4, why China is taking such actions on African debt? Simply because in China-Africa cooperation and relations, China always upholds the principles of sincerity, real results, amity, and good faith, pursuing the greater good and shared interests. So in its cooperation with Africa, China always follows an approach of 5 no's, namely no interference in African countries' pursuit of a development path that fits its national situation. No interference in African countries' internal affairs. No imposition of China's will on African countries. No attachment of political strings to assistance to Africa. And no seeking of selfish political gains in investment and financial cooperation with Africa. That's the basic policies in China-Africa cooperation. I would like to point out that if we break down African countries' foreign debt, multilateral financial institutions and commercial creditors hold more than 3/4 of the total debt of Africa. And so they bear a greater responsibility for debt relief of Africa. China has always been above board in its cooperation with Africa and has no hidden agenda, never interfering in the internal affairs of African countries or attaching any political strings. That is also the principle we follow when dealing with Africans' debt issue. It is not China that is setting a debt trap for Africa, and this label should never apply to China. Some years ago, when dealing with Africa's debt problems, certain countries attached a lot of political strings and set standards and the thresholds that many African countries could hardly meet. Their attempt to remodel Africa by taking advantage of the debt issue has been widely criticized by African countries. China has never been absent when it comes to supporting Africa. We will never force African countries to repay the debt to China when they are in difficulty. Rather, we will sit down and to discuss the issue with our African brothers so that we can find a better solutions to the issue based on friendly consultation, communication, and a coordination with our African partners. So, dear friends, in conclusion, as for the false accusations made by some Western countries and Western media against China on the so-called debt trap issue, facts speak louder than words, and action never lie. Whether China is a good friend to Africa, our African friends know it the best. So it is my sincere hope that our African friends, including our South African friends present here today, will not be misled or carried away by these hollow and groundless accusations of so-called debt trap theory against China, and become an objective and constructive voice in guiding the African public and promoting China-Africa cooperation. So for that, I will conclude my short remarks, and thank you very much. Kalaboha, Brother Cobus.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to start our first session. The moderator will be Faith Mabera. Faith is currently a senior researcher at the Institute for Global Dialogue. She joined IGD in October 2014 after completing an MA in International Relations from the University of Pretoria. She's a frequent commenter on African foreign policy issues in South African press, and we're delighted to have her moderating the first session. Faith, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corbus, and thank you even for Ambassador Nan for the remarks setting off this session. And I think it's in beginning this, because in the interest of time, I want to jump right in. And if you've had a chance to look at the program, I think the issues that we're going to be touching on and the discussants and panelists are going to be expounding on is, I think, two key issues here. The issue of infrastructure development, which and infrastructure financing, and how this is also inextricably linked to the question of debt sustainability. Hence, the very polarizing debate about the debt issue, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. But before I give the panelists and the presenters the floor, I think there's a few issues I want to highlight that should be on the back of our minds. Number one is the fact that, as Mr. Nan has said, we need a very nuanced view on infrastructure development, on financing, and how these issues also have a bearing on the partnership of China and Africa. And like any partnership and any strategic engagement, we also have to navigate the question of interests, the question of perceptions, both internally and externally, and how this is also playing out in a very politically charged international landscape. And in this context of now trying to see what the trajectory of China-Africa engagement will be, in particularly in the context also of development finance, I'll start off with introducing our first presenter, Mr. Peter Fabricius, who's a consultant, an independent consultant with the Institute for Security Studies. He's going to speak to us about debt sustainability in a post-COVID world and the frameworks that incorporate new official creditors and the private sector. For the presenters, just a note that you'll be having about 15 minutes to make your remarks and inputs. And I would ask that kindly that you stick to the time. And if you do sort of go a bit over, I'll just do a gentle reminder with my little bell here So if you hear this sound, you know that you need to cut short the presentation. So without much ado, Peter, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks, Faith. Thanks also to Saha and Cyril, particularly, for inviting me, and Elizabeth. So I'm just looking mainly at the debt situation, but very much of Africa, but in the context of the post-COVID measures to try and address it, particularly the so-called DSSI, which is the Debt Service Suspension Initiative. Although Africa has had fewer COVID infections and deaths than initially predicted, the economic impact is, okay, sorry, could you switch to the introduction? Thanks, to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. The impact has been pretty devastating. There's been the IMF has predicted a shrinkage of the sub-Saharan economy in 2020 by 3.2%, compared to the global 4.9%, but I'll get back to that. There's forecasts of 14 million more Africans being pushed into extreme poverty. GDP per capita will recover to 29 levels at best by 2024, and at worst by 2030, according to Yaki Saliers of the ISS. The problem being for Africa in particular is that they lack the revenues to reflate their economies, which rich countries have used. You know, like the US, for example, has pumped already $3 trillion into the economy, and Congress is sort of arguing over another 2.2. Whereas on average, in the rest of the world, lower middle income countries have pumped in only an average of 5.1% of GDP to inflate economies. Low income countries only about 3%. Next slide, please. Okay, so many African countries were indebted already before COVID-19. Many overborrowed, usually to build large infrastructure projects, as the deputy Chinese ambassador said. Then what happened was the commodity prices tanked, and global economy shrank pre-COVID-19. You know, the African economies, which were sort of averaging about 5.5% in 2014, shrank to 1.4 by 2016, as the commodity prices collapsed, particularly in oil and fuel, oil and gas. IMF is predicting that, if you switch to the, 13, before COVID-19, 8 African countries were already in debt distress. Another 13 were at high risk of debt distress, and 14 faced moderate risk of debt distress. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, COVID-19 has, of course, aggravated the debt crisis and the debt distress. The IMF predicts a 19% surge in global public debt to reach 101.5% of GDP this year. For low-income developing countries, that would be 48.2%. African government revenues are estimated to drop by $45 million in 2020 against pre-COVID forecasts. And African debt is expected to increase by 4.4% of GDP. Loan defaults, as Cyril Ramaphosa has predicted, are already looming, and we've seen in Zambia, for example, signs that it might become the first, as it's asked several of its bondholders to defer payments from October onwards, possibly for 6 months, and got into a big argument over, you know, sharing the haircut, if you like, and which is a topic of what I'll be talking about a bit later. Next slide, please. Okay, the remedy that's been applied so far is the G20 and Paris Club have announced the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, or DSSI, in April this year. It will suspend debt service payments on official bilateral loans from G20 and Paris Club countries from May the 20th May the 1st, 2020 to 31 December 2020. I'll get back to an extension of that later. Okay, this obviously is to help low-income countries release funds to cover health and economic costs. And that's what they're supposed to use them for. And 39 countries are eligible for the DSSI and 29 have joined. Next slide, please. Oh my gosh, sorry, I lost my slide. Several DSSI eligible countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and Rwanda have opted out. They're worried that they have access to private capital markets, unlike many countries, which they're not allowed to tap under the DSI terms, and they will also fear being downgraded if they participate. So far, essentially only Paris Club and China have, amongst major creditors, have joined. South Africa, incidentally, is also suspending debt, but I mean, it's not a major creditor for two debtors. Private creditors and the multilateral developments have controversially not joined DSSI. Next slide, please. Okay, as we heard from the Deputy Ambassador, private creditors hold 45% or so of Sub-Saharan Africa's public and publicly guaranteed debt. Multilateral banks hold 30%. China holds about 22% and the Paris Club only 5%. Okay, these figures vary if you start looking at debt service because of different interest rates and so on. Carrie, the organization that the Deputy Ambassador quoted, said China's debt held about 28% of the debt service that African countries owe because of different higher interest rates. Private creditors say they fear losing income, opportunity cost, and downgrading if they participate. Multilateral development banks also fear losing the exceptionally high credit ratings, which they say will increase interest rates for poor countries and be counterproductive. These MDBs, particularly the World Bank and IMF, have instead dispersed grants or concessional finance to DSSI countries. The World Bank said these disbursements from itself are nearly 10 times the debt service payments that is owed by DSSI countries. Next slide, please. Okay, China's role. As we've heard from both the ambassador and the deputy, China's role has been quite controversial. China has greatly increased lending to Africa from the beginning of the turn of the century, but well into the century, mainly to finance infrastructure. China has collateralized some loans with commodities such as oil in Angola and a few other places. It's also been accused of collateralizing loans with fixed assets such as ports or other public infrastructure. This has provoked those accusations which we've heard about debt trap diplomacy, using unrepayable loans to seize assets or commodities, etc. We heard the ambassador and the deputy ambassador dismissing these as Western kind of propaganda. CARI, that same China-Africa Research Institute, which has very closely examined China's lending in Africa, and it looked into its loans on amongst other aspects, the aspect of sorry, we've jumped to the wrong slide. Can you go back a bit? I think back one more. 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 Sorry. Hello.
Sorry, Peter, I'm trying to get to your slides.
Yeah. It's about China's special role. So, as I said, CARI has closely examined China's loans to Africa and has concluded that these suspicions and accusations are overblown. In the main, it does not believe China is lending money to seize assets and is not the only cause of China's Africa's debt distress. It has seen only one case, Chinese-funded petroleum refinery in Chad, where a sovereign borrower put up property as collateral. On the other hand, Kerry has found that 25% of Chinese loans to Africa have been secured by commodities, mainly oil, but also a few, Angolan oil, but also a few other oil producers. Chinese lending, it says, is over 25% of the debt stock in 7 African countries deemed to be at high risk of or already in debt distress. Sorry. However, in another 12, thank you, in another 12 countries, more than half of those at highest risk of debt distress, Chinese lending makes up less than 15% of all debt. So the picture is somewhat balanced, really. It's not just China, you know, I mean, it's a contributor, but it's not the only one. And it does note, however, that China has a policy, a lending policy, which is more lenient about lending to countries already in debt distress on the assumption that, you know, the kind of earnings that the loans will produce, such as, you know, commodities and so on, will help to solve the debt distress problem. So it appears, from what I understand, that China has a higher risk policy, but in historical terms has not been by any means the only problem. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, China's participation in the DSSI has also been controversial. China has said its public banks will participate, but not the China Development Bank, CDB, because it is a private bank and the private banks of other countries are not participating. So it's received quite a lot of criticism for this, including by the World Bank President David Malpass and the G7 countries, which believe that if it's a publicly owned bank, which the CDB is, then it should participate. China has retaliated by criticizing the World Bank for not participating, and many believe this spat is really more about the wider China-US kind of political economic warfare, because Malpass is an American and a Trump appointee. Could you move to the CDB in perspective, please? Anyway, okay, Kerry, which we've referred to before, believes that the CDB should participate in the DSSI because it is at least partly a policy bank. However, she also says it is not such a major creditor to African nations in practice. In Angola, which is a DSSI participant, a major one actually, with the biggest amount of debt service to be forgiven in Africa, CDB accounts for 75% of all, 75% of all official Chinese loans. Of China's 148 billion in loans to African governments and SOEs, between 2000 and 2018, 37 billion was from CDFB, while most, 82 billion, was the China Export-Import Bank, Exim Bank, which is participating in the DSSI. As the Chinese ambassadors have said, Exim Bank has so far signed debt suspension agreements with 11 African countries. Next slide, please. So apart from Angola, CDB's loans to African countries eligible to the DSSI amount to less than 2 billion, according to Kerry. And as we've also heard from the Chinese investors, China is waiving interest-free loans due to mature by the end of 2020 for 15 African countries. I believe these interest-free loans only account for about 5% of total Chinese lending. So Broadigan believes in summary that focusing on the CDB obscures the larger issue, which is that multilaterals, bondholders, and private lenders that, of course, are not currently providing debt relief will be collecting 61% of the debt service of the African DSSI countries this year, while China will collect only 27%. Next slide, please. There is another problem here that 16 countries, African countries, did not qualify for DSSI at all. Eritrea, Zimbabwe, and Sudan were disqualified as they are in arrears to the World Bank or the IMF. The remaining 13 are middle-income countries not deemed to need DSSI support, but they owe a total of 6.8 billion in debt service in 2020, and the relief advocacy group Eurodad says they're being left out to weather the crisis by themselves. Even South Africa, of course, not eligible for DSSI, is one of the richest countries, and despite receiving a 4.3 billion IMF special emergency loan, fears hitting a closed door when it eventually returns to capital markets. Next slide, please. Okay, will the DSSI create future problems? The Eurodad says DSSI countries will have to borrow a lot more to repay the postponed debt service. When these become due in 2022, 2023, and 2024, the 68 DSSI beneficiary countries worldwide, that is, already have to pay pre-existing loan repayments of $115 billion. So in its view, DSSI is simply kicking the can down the road and debt should be cancelled. Ramaphosa, as AU chair, has also called for the DSSI to be extended up to 4 years and for African debt to be cancelled. Next slide, please. Okay, as of yesterday, actually, so this slide is a bit out of date. The G20 finance ministers and central bank governors agreed to extend the DSSI for an additional period of 6 months until June 2021. This could be extended further till the end of 2021, depending on the situation of the countries, the low-income countries. They have also agreed to a common framework originally proposed by the G7 for handling low-income countries facing debt distress on a case-by-case basis. An extraordinary G8 finance ministers meeting is due later this month to publish the framework and discuss outstanding DSSI-related issues. Former SM Finance Minister Trevor Manuel, who is now an AU Special Envoy for mobilizing international support to help Africa combat COVID-19, told me that he's fairly optimistic that the IMF might agree to pool and reallocate IMF special drawing rights from richer countries to poorer countries at its meetings, which are taking place next week, I think. Although there's an issue about US, but he thinks maybe even the Trump administration might be in favor. I think that's rather iffy. Anyway, okay, next slide, please. Okay, to conclude, the DSSI, though helpful, does not go nearly far enough to address Africa's huge health needs and repercussion. As it's now constituted, it's likely to defer well short of 5 billion of the total 17.5 billion debt service obligations in 2020 of the 29 DSSI African countries. It does not address at all Africa's middle-income countries, some of which are also in some distress. As we've now seen as of yesterday, DSSI has been extended, so the figure of deferred debt will obviously rise, not quite double, I guess, because it's from 8 months to another 6 months. But the risk remains of several defaults with devastating long-term economic repercussions, as Ramaphosa has said. And I think the global community needs to urgently address not only Africa's liquidity problems, but its looming underlying solvency crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you for the initial comments you had on debt sustainability, and I'm sure we'll have a couple of questions regarding the trajectory of how this debate is going to unfold and some of the projections that and the sticking points that still need to be addressed going forward. So it will be interesting to see how that, but I think the bigger picture here, the bigger takeaway is that there isn't a blanket approach to the question of debt relief. And it's certainly on a case-by-case basis as the picture is emerging. Our next speaker is Mr. Han Zhu, who's a PhD candidate at the in politics and international studies at the School of Oriental and African Studies, and he'll be speaking to us about misplaced anxieties, China, traditional donors, and institutional building and restructuring in Uganda's road sector. So certainly a very heavy emphasis on the question of infrastructure development and financing. Han, the floor is yours. Just a reminder that you have 15 minutes, so please try to stick to the time frame. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First, I want to thank Saya and Cyril for the invitation. And I'm going to share my screen first, and hopefully that works. Hopefully you can see the screen. For it to show up. Yes. Yes, I think that works. So again, thanks for the invitation. That today I'm going to move a bit away from what just Peter talked about, the debt issues in China's infrastructure financing. I'm going to focus more on the institutional aspect. It's the institutional effect, if there's any, on Chinese development financing on a particular sector, that's road sector in a particular country, that's Uganda, where my PhD fieldwork is unfolding. Thus, plan of presentation, I'm going to talk about the main research questions I have, and then I'm going to structure my presentation into 3 parts. First, look at China as in different actors itself, and then look at Chinese finance, and then the third part where I'm going to look at the specificities of Chinese financing, how on everyday basis in a Ugandan context in comparison with the Western development finance. And then we come to a conclusion. So a very brief background. So China-Africa's cooperation basically is often seen as the epitome of the rise of South-South cooperation. Within the literature, I basically structure it into 2 kinds of literature. One, they discuss about this China-African cooperation, its implication for traditional development institutions such as World Bank, how they restructure themselves or reposition themselves to this new landscape. Another huge body of literature that talks about the implication for African recipients. For example, the question for African agency. Actually, one of our panelists, Sule, has written this quite a lot as well recently on African's foreign policy, policy, and how African countries use different kind of forums to negotiate with different powers. Within this, you have 3 camps. Basically, some are very optimistic, saying that the rise of China-Africa basically provides more bargaining power for African recipients. There's others more prudent, like Craig Lund, basically saying that there's increasing cooperation actually between Southern and Western donors. Some other scholars basically argue that the increasing bargaining power is not necessarily coming from China-Africa, but actually coming from the growing FDI and natural resources rainfall. But among this literature, there's very little research has been done on institution building. So what about the impact of China-Africa relations or cooperation on institution building, restructuring, and re-engineering in African contexts? So that's basically my main research questions. I'm going to look at a specific sector, so infrastructure sector in a specific country, that's Uganda. And Uganda's road sector, as well as the main implementation agency, Uganda National Road Authority, URA, in this case. So very brief background about URA. So it's basically established in 2008, but its origin can be traced back in 1980s when MRM, the National Revolution Movement, came into power in Uganda. The World Bank bringing a lot of financing, and then thinking about this under this huge agencyfication agenda, under the new public management thinking, that tried to restructure the road sector in Uganda. So finally lead to the establishment of URA in 2008. In 2015, there's a huge restructuring exercise of URA due to a corruption scandal. So there's awarding of a contract to a ghost company. So there's huge loss of money. And then the president appointed a new director, Alan Kajina, who moved from Uganda Revenue Authority to URA to start the restructuring exercise. So looking at this particular case, the establishment of URA from 2008 to 2015 is basically corresponding more or less to the period of China's growing presence in Africa. So I think it presents itself as an ideal case to investigate how the rise of China-Africa or China-Africa development finance actually has an impact on institution building or restructuring in the African context. So I basically spent a year in Uganda National Road Authority to collect my data. I'm going to skip this. So the first part is really about looking at who are these Chinese actors on the ground. So as you can see here, actually, the main conclusion from this is actually Chinese actors on the ground. They're mostly contractors. They're not investors. So look at the pie chart. You can see about 75 of the project within Euro's authority now has been contracted to Chinese contractors, 40% to European, 8% to African, and then there's only 3%, actually only one project as of 2018 that has been contracted to local Ugandan contractors. So what you can see here is actually dominance of foreign contractor in Uganda's road sector. And if you look back at the archive that's available in British National Archive, this is actually very similar to the later period of the Ugandan Protectorate, where the British colonial administration government started to rely on contractors rather than their own force account to build roads. So there's very much a historical analogy here. You can also definitely observe a huge dominance of Chinese contractors. And among these Chinese contractors, most of them, they're actually provision contractors. So there are about 12 state-owned enterprises, but 9 of them actually are provincial kind of like based. One thing I think we need to mention specifically here is actually back in 2017, back in China, there is a regulatory relaxation on foreign project contracting. So basically, previously, when Chinese contractor enter an African country for construction bidding, they need to attain certain of approval by the local economic councillors, but that has been stripped off in 2017. So when I was in Uganda in 2018, that's basically the first year when this new regulation was implemented. You observe definitely an increasing cutthroat competition between different Chinese companies, because now they don't really need the local economic councillor's office to kind of coordinate with each other. There's increasing number of Chinese companies coming in, especially from the private companies. Not only they are bidding the national roads, they're actually bidding what in the Ugandan context called Duka roads, so it's district, urban, and countryside like roads, which in the past usually are within the purview of local contractors. But overall, what we can see here is actually these Chinese contractors, they work as contractors, they're not working as investors. So what they care more is a really quick turnout to finish the project, and they're much less interested in shaping the governance contour of the road sector. Moving forward, the second part I want to talk about the financial aspect, the financing aspect. So looking at Chinese development finance to Uganda as of the end of 2018, you can broadly categorize them into 2 categories. One is development loans. Here I include both concessional or semi-concessional or sometimes non-concessional loans. One thing that really stands out, as many previous research has done, that's strong, is a strong focus on productive infrastructure sectors. So you have 2 hydropower dams currently financing by China. Infrastructure stands out as well. The rebuilding of Entebbe Airport, as well as just actually 2 years ago, the finishing of the Uganda's first expressway, Kampala-Entebbe Expressway, is financed by Exim Bank. There's some equipment support as well. In 2019, there is also, because of the oil discovery in Uganda, Chinese Exim Bank also agreed to finance some rural regions roads as well. Apart from loans, and as I think Peter's presentation also mentioned, there's grants and zero interest loans. These are relatively small amount of loans. There's only 2 cases by the end of 2018. One is for the feasibility study of the Standard Gauge Railway. Another is on unclear destination so far, but it's a source that I found on a local media source. But overall, the grant and zero interest loan is much smaller compared to the development loans. Now I'm going to put these loans into context of the Uganda's road sector. So here you have, again, a bar chart on Uganda's road budget. What you can see is the road budget from 2008 to 2018. First, actually, the road sector remained one of Uganda's best finance sector. So representing about 18%, 15 to 18% of the national budget per year. What you can see is also a 5-fold increase from 2008 to 2018. And then you see this different shade of grade that's showcasing different ministries and agencies that are composing the road sector. So you have Ministry of Work and Transport, you have Euro, and you have other road budget units. And here we can see there's a dominance of Euro's budget in the national road budget sharing. So because Euro is the main implementing agency of the rural sector, so usually receive the largest amount of rural budget from the Ugandan national budget. And then we look at specifically at this Uganda's rural budget and the role of external financing. Again, here is a bar chart. Where you can see there's two different shades of gray as well. The darker one is basically domestic resources, and then the lighter one is external financing. From that, you can see actually Uganda's role is primarily financed by domestic resources rather than external financing. And then you see there's two line chart here as well. The darker one represents the percentage of external financing in national budget, and then the lighter one represents the percentage of external financing in rural budget. So we can see there's a higher reliance on external financing in the rural budget compared to the average on a national level. We can see also there's an outliner between the two lines in 2017, 2018. That was because actually on that year, initially, the Ugandan government prepared to draw in the oil road funds finance loan from China, but it has been postponed actually. It only kicked in 2019. So if you adjust that, the two lines actually follow basically the same direction. In the next slide, again, I'm sorry for boring you with another chart. What we are going to see here is more specifically on euros, the specific institutions financing. Again, here you can, Again, here you can see three lines. I'm going to explain this line respectively. The first one on the top is basically represent the percentage of external financing in euros budget. As I just mentioned before, Euro is created in 2008 through an initiative by the World Bank mainly. So in the first couple of years, it's actually almost 8%, almost financed by external financing. And it decreased afterwards, and then increased again in since 2015 up to now. And what we can see is that among this external financing, Chinese financing is actually not very, very significant. So the very bottom line, the darker one, represents Chinese financing in euros budget. What you can see here is that in the first 3 years, there's basically no Chinese financing that's been directed to euros budget. And afterwards, it's always fluctuates around 10% or 15%. And the only outliner is 2017, 2018, again, due to, I just mentioned kind of the, between quotes, the miscalculation of the oil roads, which only kick in 2 years later. So if we adjust that, it will be only about 10% as well. So Chinese financing in euros own budget is always represent about 10% of euros budget. And that stands for about 30% of euros external financing. So what we can see here is actually China is only part of an ongoing story, an increasing diverse and donor landscape that represents, that characterizing Uganda's rural sector. So financing no longer only comes from World Bank, AFDB, or JICA. You also come from other Islamic bank, come from China as well. What we see here is more about the relevance rather than the dominance of Chinese financing. And in the last session, I'm going to try to compare the everyday operation between Chinese and Western creditors of financing to tease out actually the everyday kind of operational dynamic and what's the impact on institutional building. First, looking at the Western donor creditors, what we can observe from the previous chart actually is definitely a sort of a diluted presence because of the arrival of new donors. But we can also observe it's also a very strongly historically entrenched sectorial influence. Here, I'm going to talk about 4 points, one by one. First is there's still a very strong and continued interest in institution capacity building in Western financing. What I mean here, if I can borrow Bishank's idea of sedimentation, so Euro as an agency itself, it is a sedimental result of different blueprints of different eras from the Western donors or World Bank primarily, starting from the new public management since late 1980s. In 1998, there's a creation of RAFU, so Rural Agency Formation Unit, again under the institutional credit given by World Bank. And up to 2008, this 10-year period is basically continuous financing from the traditional donors to keep on recruiting people and build up the institutional structure for the euro to be functional. So it's very much a continued product of Western financing, euro itself. Even after euro established in 2008, you still see this continued interest and giving of finance in institutional building within euro. So various donors, DFID funded the group management unit in euro. World Bank funded the external audit department of euro. DFID EU and World Bank jointly funded for a period of time to support the work of directorates for procurement and staff training. And even amid the ongoing restructuring in 2015, EU provide lots of funds to support the monitoring and evaluation framework within euro, support the work of internal audit department. So you see this continued presence of Western financing in institutional and capacity building. Then there's also a very strong, what we call methodology of governance in this everyday operation. So what we see here, very briefly, you see a pervasive use of surveying institution analysis that try to collect data, not only just in the road sector, but beyond the transport sector as well, on not only road stuff in general, but also institutional, local, and regional data. So there's definitely a data parity with the state and de facto kind of assuming part of the state's function. And you also have very strong presence for everyday programming, monitoring. So there's very much monthly, weekly, or quarterly meeting between euro and World Bank or other Western donors on the progress of their financing. And all this monitoring is kind of like internalized and standardized into euro staff's everyday responsibilities in their job recruitment as well. And then lastly, there's a technical assistance component, which is, I think, less prominent compared to 2 or 3 decades ago. When I was in Euro, I only see one European express staff who post to Uganda National Road Authority for a short period of time. But most of them, they're actually, a couple of others actually coming from other African countries, posted long-term, working on land issues primarily. But there's still this existence of expatriate staff. The third characteristic of Western financing, I would say, is a very strong interest in sector-wide policy making. So Uganda's National Transport Master Plan was financed by World Bank, so as the Master Plan for Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area. And EU just financed an update plan of that. I think what this interest means is that Western donors can have a very prolonged policy influence because all these plans actually guide the following midterm strategic and implementation plans, as well as the annual sectorial implementation plans. And lastly, is an aspect of donor coordination among the Western donors. So it's quite typical in other African countries as well. So you have a local different partners group in Uganda. These different Western donors, they can jointly support a road project. And what we see is also there's a complementary portfolio. So European Union tend to focus more on national roads, while Danida, before its assets from Uganda, focus more on district roads. And World Bank focusing more on regional corridor connecting South Sudan, while AFDB focusing more on Western Uganda. So you see a complementary portfolio between the two. Approaching the end, while we look at in China, actually, I think none of these characteristics that feature heavily in the Western financing speak so loudly in the Chinese financing. So we see very scant interest in institutional and capacity building. There's much weaker presence of methodology of governance in Chinese context. The everyday monitoring is very weak. So when I was in Europe, I'm following the Kampala Entebbe Expressway. Within a year, I think I only see about 2 visits by Exim Bank staff to the expressway, while this kind of meeting basically operates monthly between Euro and World Bank. There's basically no financing so far going to the sector-wide policy making, and China has not been coordinated with any non-Western donors in the Ugandan context. What this leads to me for the conclusion is that what we can observe is actually a relatively implicit division of labor, very similar to the electricity sector in Uganda. So China basically funds large-scale road construction, while traditional donors still engage in road construction, but within usually a larger subnational and Eastern African regional project. And Western donors continue to maintain a strong emphasis on policy planning, institution building, and capacity building. In terms of actor, China's presence is basically a group of profit-driven contractors engrossed in a fierce intra competition. They are not investors; they are just contractors interested in quick turnover of projects. In terms of financing, China is relevant, but definitely not dominant financing in the road sector so far. This might need some caution against the new COVID-19 situation. And then the way I think Western development programs are designed and exercised and monitor ensure their very long-lasting influence. And overall, my research basically shows that the impact of China's bilateral engagement on institution building in Uganda's road sector remain relatively limited. So that's all. These are just some of the photos I take. This is a monthly meeting between the Chinese contractors and Euro staff. This is on-site. This is a World Bank project. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. I hope that I didn't pass too much of the time.
Thank you very much, Han. No, you didn't do too badly. You did your best to stick to the time, so I appreciate that. And thank you also for the very illuminating presentation. You picked up very interesting concepts there on the sector-wide policy making, the issue of sedimentation, and the question about contractors and whether the actual dominant approach is the idea of just pursuit of quick turnover projects. So having said that, I just want to remind our audience that you can actually post your questions on the Q&A using the Q&A function at the bottom of your screens, and this will be attended to in the aftermath. I will now ask that we turn over to our next presenter, Ma Amara Ekeruche, who is a research fellow at the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, and she's going to speak to us about the Chinese infrastructure investment and the BRI in Africa. So certainly very looking forward to what I think would be a very also another interesting addition to the conversation. Ma Amara, you have the floor. 15 minutes, please.
Thank you, Faith, for that introduction, and thank you, Science Zero, for the invitation. So I'll quickly share my screen. Yeah, so today I'll be taking us through Chinese infrastructure investments in Africa, but more specifically on the Belt and Road Initiative. So we'll look at the size of these investments, the sectoral composition, major country recipients, how the investment has developed, Africa in some ways, and also policy recommendations for African governments mostly. So first, looking at Chinese investment flow to Africa, it's important to note that even before the emergence of the BRI in 2013, we can see that Chinese investments has been increasing, and has been to an extent consistent since the new millennium. And this ties very closely to the China Go Out policy at the beginning of the millennium, where the government, tasked local companies to go out of China and, export their capacity, whether it's skills, whether it's, manufactured goods, but basically export their capacity outside of China. And so this increase in investment, is driven mainly by the political and also economic drivers, right? So China seeks to gain greater political leverage on the global scale, and we can see how their influence has increased significantly since the beginning of the millennium. But although the BRI seeks to increase investments not only to Africa but also to Europe and other countries in Asia, for Africa, it's very key to the Chinese, because Africa Africa provides some form of economic advantage, right? So we have the population, we are the second largest continent globally after Latin America, and we also have a very young population structure. So we're the youngest continent globally, and as such, we provide, enormous markets for Chinese manufactured goods. Also, we have the energy resource. So whether it's oil or whether it's copper, and this the Chinese, one of the presenters mentioned the resource for infrastructure deals. So basically tying access to resources for providing infrastructure. And these ties very closely to China's agenda in further improving or enhancing their industrialization process. And then the third, reason is, to export capacity. So we're talking about a country that has significantly, gone through the industrialization process. And this, obviously, they have experience, they have a lot of capacity, whether it's in terms of steel or construction or heavy material industries, but they have a lot of capacity. And then, there's the need to export this capacity, even labor as well, skilled labor, to other countries, but specifically Africa. And in 2018, we see that investments to Africa increased to $5.4 billion, which is, the highest so far, at least for the data we have. And this is data from CARI, the Johns Hopkins China Africa Research Initiative. So they provide data more in an aggregate form. So moving on, we'll look at the sectoral composition of these investments. So what sectors are of particular interest to China? And this data is from Aid Data, so they provide more granular data, so data on specific projects. And what we find is that the transport sector, so I'm talking about building roads or rehabilitating roads, so roads, ports, whether it's seaports or airports, railway. So this is of particular interest to China. In 2013 and 2014, the transport sector alone accounted for 59% and 80% of total investments, respectively. And coming a bit close to the transport sector is the energy generation and supply sector. And then we have the industry, mining and construction, and lastly, the communications sector. And this would make sense, for a country that wants to export its manufactured goods. So, railway, to connect the continent and also to connect China to the continent is very important, because obviously this would reduce transportation costs, right? And then moving on to, the key recipients. So what countries, is China targeting, or what countries, receive more of these investments? So these are the top 15 recipients of Chinese FDI flow, and this is from the CARI database as well. We see Zambia, we see Congo, we see Kenya, we see Nigeria, and what the study finds is that it's the drivers, right, of these investments. So the economic or political drivers, they are very closely linked to the target countries. So we see that almost all the recipients of these investments, they possess large mineral resources, right? Whether it's copper in Zambia, or whether it's, diamonds in Congo, or, oil in Nigeria. But the majority of these recipients, they have vast mineral resources. And also, a lot of the countries that China trades with, they are more likely to invest in these countries. And there's the issue of causation or versus correlation. So it's possible that China does not actively target these countries. However, the correlation is high. We also find that countries that have a better diplomatic relationship with China, right? Countries like Ethiopia, the Chinese government is more likely to invest in these countries. And this is not just, in the data. These investments, I live in Abuja, Nigeria, and we see these investments. So if you're flying out of Abuja, you see the CCECC sign, the China Engineering Construction Firm, and they're the ones, rehabilitating or extending the main Abuja airport. So this is not just in the data. Even in Ethiopia, if you're traveling through Ethiopia, you see the Chinese stand in the airports, because obviously, the loans from China are the major source of revenue for rehabilitating or expanding the Ethiopian airports. Now, to what extent have these investments rather, enhanced development across the continent? And the study looks at 3 case studies from 3 countries, right? Ethiopia, Kenya, and Nigeria, and we look at 2 projects each, so that's 6 projects. But I'll just talk us through only 2 projects. So one from Ethiopia, or rather one from Kenya, and also one from Ethiopia. So the first from Kenya is the standard gauge railway, where the China Exim Bank provided 90% of the funds, right, to build the railway. And the railway connects Mombasa, the largest port where the largest port in East Africa is, to Nairobi. And there are also plans to extend this railway to other parts of East Africa, right? Back again to the focus on the transport sector. Well, the Ethiopian government also, or rather the Kenyan government, also contributed 10% of the finance, which is important to note. We'll come back to that later. The primary contractor for the project was the China Road and Bridge Corporation, which we'll also come back to. But the funding was mainly, it wasn't concessional, right? So it had a low grant element. Now, on the other hand, the Addis Ababa Light Railway in Ethiopia, so that's the China Exim Bank funded 85% of the cost. It was the China Railway Engineering Corporation that was the primary contractor, but this time the loan was more concessional, and that's the thing. So I think a presenter that presented earlier mentioned it, how the options, right, for loan provisions, they vary widely. So there's some with grant elements, although those are few, but they exist, but most of them are non-concessional. There are also export credits. These investments are provided in export credits as well. Now, what insights have we gleaned from the data and also from the case studies that we conducted? The first is that Chinese investment fills a significant gap. I know this was talked about a lot by the ambassador, but just to reiterate it, it's a win-win situation to a large extent for Africa. So this is a continent where we have a huge infrastructure gap. Estimates show that we would need $130 to $170 billion annually to fill this gap, right? We don't have the domestic resources. The Western creditors, in a lot of the cases, right, they are focused on social and humanitarian sectors, education, health, right? They are less focused on infrastructure. Again, borrowing from the capital markets is more expensive in most cases relative to borrowing from China. So this investment is important, right? And it fills a significant gap, right? And another point to note is that in the case studies that we conducted, what we found was that the projects, the specific projects, they align very closely to the country's development agenda. So it's not that the Chinese government is imposing their needs or their demands on recipients. It actually aligns to their development agenda. And in a few cases, the investments are eco-friendly. We see the light railway. We also did a case study on a wind farm. Some of the investments are eco-friendly. Also, the counterpart funding. So the fact that the Chinese in the cases that we looked at, none of the projects were fully funded by the Chinese government, and this brings a lot of accountability where the local governments or the recipient's government, is more accountable and more willing to ensure that, that investment yields returns, because obviously they have a stake as well. Now, coming down to issues around debt sustainability, obviously for the loans that are concessional based, they pose risks to debts. And this is not only, as has been highlighted before, this is not just because African governments are borrowing only from China. We've seen a spike in countries that have or that access the international capital markets for loans, right? But China, and also speaking to other private creditors as well, there are issues around China's willingness to provide debt relief and negotiate debt restructuring, particularly compared to Western bilateral creditors. And we saw that at the beginning of the pandemic, where as far back as May, a lot of the Western bilateral creditors already stopped the clock for low-income countries, and this was a blanket debt relief, right? But in China's case, it has extended, beyond that time period, and it's on a case-by-case basis, right? Like the ambassador pointed out, only 11 countries have been provided debt relief, at least in Africa. However, only a few of the top 15 recipients, specifically just Zambia and the Republic of Congo, are at high risk of debt distress, which again points to the fact that Chinese loans are not the primary cause of debt distress, as is being promoted in certain spheres. And the fifth insight is the extent to which Chinese companies are very involved in these infrastructure projects. So they come at the beginning, they come, a lot of the times they come with their own labor, their own skilled workers. And this is a continent where unemployment is certainly an issue. We also, with the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, we are also seeking to produce our own goods and obviously markets to the continent. And in a lot of the spheres, it almost seems like the Chinese companies, their workers and even their goods are displacing local goods or local workers. So as I highlighted before, just to reiterate it, Chinese investment is crucial. It's very important. It complements other investment sources. African governments should be able to have multiple options on the table and then choose the options that best suits them, that best aligns to their development agenda, that is more affordable, and at the stage where we are, where we haven't been able to significantly mobilize domestic resources, we really do not have an option, to be honest. So going forward, we would still see a lot of these Chinese investments in Africa. However, it's important that we we use this investments or this infrastructure to our own advantage. So to a large extent, these whether it's railway or road or seaports or airports, use that to transport goods produced by African countries, to other African countries, particularly as we seek to begin the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. It's also important that in governments, within governments, that they improve the local negotiation capacity when seeking for these investments. So in some of the case studies, we saw how governments, there was I think it was the Adama wind farm, the Chinese companies were made to take on professors from local universities as consultants. They were made to employ locals as well. And this will not only, obviously provide opportunities, but also make way for knowledge transfer so that in the future, locals can take up these projects. Of course, bring in more eco-friendly projects. We're at a point where a lot of investments is going on. We're seeing unprecedented fiscal policies. So basically, we engineer these policies to suit a more sustainable agenda. Ask for concessional debt as well with low interest rates and additional grant elements, and also improve our linkages with the domestic manufacturing sector. Over.
Thank you very much, Ma Keruche, for your insights and very interesting points that you raised there with regard to the findings of the project you did on the BRI and how this fit into not only economic and political imperatives. So in response to the three presentations that we've heard, we have two discussants who will just take us a bit deeper into the insights that were shared. The first is Dr. Folashade Sule, who's a senior research associate at the Global Economic Governance Program at the University of Oxford. And the second panelist is Dineo Ramokopa, who's a development specialist with Mazra Solutions. Dr. Sule, I'll give you the floor first. I think maybe let's start with 10 minutes and see how that goes, and just share with us some of what you've picked up and some of the insights, research puzzles perhaps that you've identified, and agenda for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the three panelists to all the three speakers for their very interesting presentations, and thank you to Saya for organizing this event and for inviting me to take part in this. I think overall I will have some general comments and others that are of course more specific. The first one, and that is to all the panelists, is that I have heard quite a lot about infrastructure development, loans, comments and critics of the debt trap narrative, but I've heard less about climate change and the intersection between infrastructure development and climate change, which was one of the key announcements of this panel. So if you could provide some comments, on this intersection, I think that would be great. Peter, let me, I will provide some comments on each of your, let's say, presentations, but I won't do that in just three separate ways. I will, quote each of you from time to time on, other comments, because your presentations were somehow, interconnected. But specifically on the question related to loans, and the DSSI initiative. So loan, I would like to know from Peter whether you mentioned fears of loan defaults, and that's several countries, like 13 countries, were already at high risk of debt distress before COVID. But in terms of loan defaults, has this already happened once? Because at the end, with China at least, it seems that finally they always come, to an agreement. And you mentioned, that there's also you talked about the multilateral development banks, the private creditors. Do you think that the focus on China is too strong, given that you said, and also the data says that, there's the multilateral development banks and the private creditors have a much larger share of Africa's debt. And also this question, and that I think Amara, you can also respond to this. This question between bilateralism and multilateralism in debt renegotiation, right? Many present this as being, as if there's a tension between these two, that China prefers to go on a case-by-case basis to discuss debt renegotiations or address requests of debt forgiveness, whereas it should happen in a more multilateral stage. And so, do you think that a collective, bargaining strategy, do you think that's even possible, from the African side? Don't you think that these two are complementary, meaning the bilateral and the multilateral? And also the accusations of China's process and the lack of transparency. Collective bargaining, one might agree, and at least I think that it has never been so important as it is today, but the crisis seemed to have pushed African governments to focus on solving their own national problems. And African governments also seem maybe to prefer this case-by-case basis. So, isn't the issue on both sides? That's my question here. Heng, thank you also for your presentation. I really liked, the way you've structured the presentation and also the key research questions that you're asking. But as you know, my research very much focuses on, how African actors behave, negotiate, how they structure this relationship, what is their interest, in order to show, this is not all about, passivity. There is, a strategy also behind their engagement with China. So about this question on institution building in Africa, that is key to your research. Do you think that, are there sectors, you focused on infrastructure, but are there sectors other than infrastructure where you have the impression that Chinese contractors or, other actors are providing more institutional building? And to me, agriculture seems one of those, with all these agricultural, technical and training centers, for instance. And also, given that China's engagement in Africa is largely built on a demand-driven approach. My question is there a demand from African governments, or African actors for institutional capacity building, specifically in the infrastructure sector, as there is in other sectors like agriculture, for example? You're right when you talk about, and I really like this approach of prolonged policy influence, because that's exactly what you see in the EU, for instance, development cooperation. Again, do you have an impression that African actors are, or that Chinese actors are, looking for this as they are looking for it in the security sector, for instance? So if you can make this comparison, this sectoral comparison on this question of institutional building, that would be really interesting. And finally, Amara, I think you mentioned some very interesting elements in your presentation, and you can also, on the depth, on my depth remarks, you can provide answers. One thing you said at the beginning of your presentation is that, actually with China, you can see these investments. And that is something that has been very, I would say, on my mind lately in terms of research, this question of visibility, this question of, visibility not only as, a practice, but as a strategy, coming from China. Do you have this impression that China's focus on visible projects, especially in infrastructure, namely, has an impact on how, well, you said you're in Abuja, so how Nigerians, perceive China and how they engage in this relationship? And a second question for you is, on the Chinese development model, we've been talking about this quite a lot in the past few years. On the BRI case studies that you've presented, do you have the impression that these countries that you've presented are trying to, integrate a Chinese development model? And what is the Chinese development model in their view? Which part of this model do they seem to want to learn from or to emulate? And what is the impact of that? And finally, in terms of strategies, do you have the impression that whether it's Nigeria or the other countries that you've been studying, do you have the impression that there is at least, elements of a strategy, towards China, the same way that there's an EU strategy, or at least the EU has a strategy for Africa? But do you have the impression that there's a Nigerian strategy for Africa, or something that is close to a strategy? So I think I will leave my comments there, because maybe there will be there will be room later for other Q&R. But just to say that I've really appreciated your presentations, and I look forward to our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Folashade. Can I just jump right in to ask a question? So I didn't get your last question. When you talk about strategy, do you mean Africa's strategy towards China, or China's strategy towards Africa? Which of them?
Well, no, Africa's strategy, or Nigeria or Ethiopia's strategy towards China, in terms of, how they structure this relationship. Do they have, not a template, but, at least some very specific guidelines on how they, organize this strategy, or this engagement with China?
Yeah, I don't know if, because of the nature of the points that you've raised, I don't know whether to give the presenters first the floor before we go to the second panelist, so that they address the issue hot off the button, and then we'll go to the second panelist. I don't know if that's acceptable to you, Dineo.
Faith, can I suggest that it will be easier if the panelists answer, the presenters answer all the questions after I've spoken?
Okay,
wouldn't
sure.
that be easier? Yes.
Sure,
yeah.
sure. So I'm just hoping that they just take notes of the question, and then, like you're saying, they can answer after your intervention. So
correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Would that be fine?
I think that's fine. I think they are taking notes of the questions that have been posed to them here.
All right. Okay. No, thank you very much once again to the presenters. Some very thought-provoking presentations. I just wanted to highlight perhaps a couple of questions around the climate change issues, because that's also a theme that was indicated within the seminar. Perhaps some issues to consider for the presenters. Within the BRI initiative, I mean, even though infrastructure is a key aspect, China has also indicated that some of these BRI projects can also make a strong contribution towards the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. You know, so perhaps just to look at that within that aspect. And how they have indicated that is that, you know, at least some of these BRI projects could also look at global energy interconnection that will actually achieve green and low carbon development, you know, and also looking at including environmental standards as well within their construction projects. So perhaps a question as well to the lady who spoke about the BRI projects within the continent, whether there has been some indication in whether some of these environmental aspects have been taken to account within these construction projects that are being initiated across the continent. And I think that such commitments are also quite reassuring, as cities are very much at the forefront of efforts to tackle climate change due to both their role as major center of emissions and also concentrated points of human vulnerability to climate change, such as funding. And especially because, you know, it is estimated that almost 2.5 billion people could be added to urban areas by 2050, with 95% of the growth taking place in Asia and Africa. And therefore, massive investments are required to help cities decarbonize their infrastructure and industry, while simultaneously also building their resilience to extreme weather conditions. I just wanted to find out from the presenters perhaps what your thoughts are on how infrastructure investment can actually be tackled in terms of addressing how to reduce the low carbon footprint that we're all looking at. And perhaps a suggestion is to look at how the project preparation facilities are actually introduced within municipalities, you know, because a lot of project preparation facilities primarily look at how bankable a project will be. So a lot of the skills and expertise will be looking at preparation of bankable investment projects. But do you think that it is also necessary to also have environmental standards and climate change conditions also being included as a factor within these investment projects that are being introduced? Therefore, especially because current investment decisions that are made today can have future adverse ramifications if climate change. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? I thought I was muted.
No, you're not.
Oh, I'm not. Okay, all right. Therefore, current investment decisions that are made today can have future adverse ramifications if climate change considerations are not taken into account. And this should not be viewed as a nice to have, but a project imperative, like investment decisions, which determine the suitability of a project. And then in addition, I just wanted to also find out what your thoughts are with regards to increasing intracontinental trade, specifically out of the investment that has been done in BRI project, especially for the port facilities, railways, and roads, because there are quite a number of projects that are being funded under BRI, but they shouldn't just be left as standalone projects. How do you think they can facilitate intracontinental trade amongst African countries? So those are my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists for the points that they've raised. I now want to ask the presenters to respond to those very important questions. And I think now we want to start in the reverse order. So Makeruche, you go first, and then Hang, and then lastly Peter. So Makeruche, maybe address the questions raised to you and any other issues you deem important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Faith. So the first question that Dr. Falashade asked, is the focus on China too much in terms of debt? Well, I would say yes and no. So first, no, because, okay, so first, yes, because obviously there are other creditors, right, other than China, as we have heard. However, we've seen cases where, as a result of the conditionalities attached to Chinese loans, the governments have actually held on to government assets, right? We know of the Habantota ports in Sri Lanka, right? And we also know that the Chinese loans, so compared to Western creditors, you know, they don't really look at the debt sustainability levels of governments before they loan them. So it's possible that, you know, countries, not necessarily because of China, but they may be heavily indebted and still take on more debts, right? And so because of this, you know, the increase in Chinese debt has obviously posed a concern, not necessarily because we're only borrowing from China, but because the conditionalities are a bit different from traditional borrowers. And so, you know, citizens don't want, you know, loss of national assets. That's first. And secondly, because in taking these loans, governments are not, you know, really required to show their you know, past debt situation. And so it's possible that governments that are heavily indebted may take on more debt. So that's the first question. Now to the issue about bilateral or multilateral, you know, negotiation process. Well, I would say when it's time for African governments to take on these loans, to a large extent, they prefer a case-by-case basis, right? Because obviously it's a shorter process. The conditions are not as stringent. As I highlighted before, you know, you can have high debt and still take on more debt. So obviously on a case-by-case basis, when it's time to take on these loans, the African governments they prefer the bilateral, you know, negotiation process. But then when it's time to pay back these loans, you know, when you're part of a body and then the body decides that we should provide debt relief, obviously that would favor the recipient countries compared to a country that, you know, is going to make decisions for themselves. And so when it's time to, you know, when you know, there's a crisis, as we can see now, African governments almost now prefer the multilateral negotiation process, because countries like, you know, Western creditors, basically, there's this there's a higher chance that they will all get on board and then provide debt service relief, as opposed to a country where decisions are taken unilaterally. So on to the third point made about visible projects. So are these visible projects making it easier for the governments to engage, with China, or for the investments to seem more profitable or better compared to alternatives? Well, for the governments, yes. The fact that people can see this project, you can point to this project and say the loans are not just for loan's sake. You can see this development. Of course, it makes their case for them. But for the citizens, when you go to the airport and you see a Chinese manager, for instance, managing the, or when you take the railway and you see a Chinese manager managing the toll, right? This is like I said, this is a continent where unemployment is a huge issue. So for the citizens, not as much compared to the government. And about integrating Chinese development model to Africa. Yeah, a lot of governments, we want them to do for us almost the way they have done for themselves. So to a large extent, we want these big infrastructure projects. And another thing with the development cooperation with China, a lot of African governments, they see the relationship as a horizontal relationship rather than vertical, as they would see Western investors. So there's a sense of brotherhood. There's a sense of mutual cooperation. It's not the lender forcing or infringing on sovereign rights. And about governments having like a comprehensive strategy towards China. To be honest, I haven't seen that. I know that governments have a comprehensive development cooperation strategy generally, but I don't know about having a strategy just specific to China. However, the relationship between African governments and the Chinese has obviously improved and is stronger, more recently. On to Dino's questions about figuring out to what extent the BRI projects take into consideration climate change and sustainable development more broadly. So in the study, we look at six projects, and 3 of the projects are eco-friendly. The study doesn't assess the number of eco-friendly projects versus non-eco-friendly projects, but coincidentally, the projects that were selected were 3 were eco-friendly, and we have the Olkaria 4 geothermal power station in Kenya. Being geothermal, it has low carbon dioxide emissions and even more stable energy prices compared to other eco-friendly sources like wind or energy. And we also have the Addis Ababa Light Railway project in Ethiopia, and then the Adama 2 wind farm. So yes, the most likely demand-driven, these BRI projects actually cater to the climate change aspect of development. But, okay, I'm almost done. So, okay, but I don't think that in the negotiation of these investments, I don't think there is an environmental standard criteria that is included the way investors obviously want to ensure that they get returns for their investments. And this would be a great idea to push forward, as investors negotiate and as recipient countries receive these investments. It's important that we have an environmental standard criteria. And to the last point about the BRI facilitating intracontinental trade, well, personally, I think, so the Chinese government, they have their own agenda, right, for providing all these investments to the continent, like I highlighted earlier. And it is left for us to also have, our own, to also put our own interests, forward. And the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is a great opportunity to do that. A lot of these projects, the SGR, for instance, Standard Gauge Railway project, it's expected to connect Kenya to about 4 other East African countries. That would significantly boost, exports within the continent. And it's very important that African governments take this opportunity and, possibly select projects, that would reduce the transportation cost, even in energy as well, because that would also reduce the production cost for manufacturers. But basically, link these projects to the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Thank you. Over.
Thank you, Mike Keruche. Hang, maybe you want to address the points that were raised specifically for you. I'd urge you maybe to try and keep it brief, because just in the interest of time, we also have some questions to be addressed from the audience. Thank you, Hang.
Yes, sure. I think I can't stop my video because it says the host has stopped it, but you guys can hear me, right? Okay, I think that's good. Okay,
see you.
So basically, thanks for the 2 panelists' comments. I would just pick up the points that I think it's easier for me to answer and leave the difficult ones to Peter, maybe. One thing regarding climate change, and broadly speaking, social environmental issues, I think one thing, it's not really focused, it's not really the focus of my research, but there's some anecdotes I can share. I think from my personal point of view, it really depends on the 2 sides. First, depends on to what degree climate change has been socialized or internalized into Chinese financing, lending. I think that's one issue to look at. And also, I think for the Chinese contractor side, that will really much depends on where the funding comes from. If the funding comes from World Bank, it might be they are more stringent with climate change requirements, which I think it really depends on specific project as well. From what I've seen in the Ugandan context, I would say, again, it depends on how climate change as a concept that has been integrated into everyday operation of EURA. As far as I've seen EURA, this case, the restructuring tried to emphasize social environmental issues, but that social environmental issue is still very much non-climate change related. It's about water pollution, about land issues, much less has been taken into account from a climate change perspective. And even I would say within the institute, local African institutes, I think there's still kind of bureaucratic bargaining as well between, let's say, in my case, department that focus on social environmental standard implementation, and those who are actually more focused on implementation, just keep asking for less progress with the project, less focusing on projects progress first, rather than focusing on this so-called nitty-gritty on environmental issues. So I think there's a lot can be done on that regard. It's not really a direct answer, but it's just some anecdote from the field, I think. Regarding more specifically on sectorial comparisons that Dr. Sule Folashade has mentioned, I totally agree. In the sense, I think there's some sectors, as you mentioned, agriculture. There's past case, I remember, if correctly, in Ethiopia, for example, the Chinese Agriculture Ministry has posted some staff to the Ethiopian Ministry of Agriculture. And I think, if I remember correctly, Chinese expert has also helped draft up some of Franco-Western African countries' national agriculture plan as well. But I think so far the effort has been very much ad hoc and really non-systematic. I wonder whether it depends on really whether because this is the arrangement, it's because this country are interested expertise from China, so they ask for it, and then China is ready to provide. So I think first is whether it depends on the country has the willingness to ask China to do that. Second, I think also depends on whether China is feeling comfortable to contribute on that front. Has the willingness to support institution building in Africa is quite different from whether it's possible to do it. In that sense, I think Western development donor has a much longer experience in doing that, like just formulating projects, doing situational analysis, and then posting stuff. There's a longer presence and experience accumulated from that form. I think the Chinese side has much less experience. And then in addition to that, there's still, I think, a legacy of this long interference, regardless how we're going to discuss it under the current geopolitical dynamics. But I believe there's still this legacy of that. So the perceived implication, political implication of if China becomes so involved in institution building in Africa, how it's going to be perceived by the outsiders. That's one thing. There's another dimension, I think it's like temporal dimension. I think road sector has been on the donor recipient partnership for a long period of time. So China is relatively latecomer, but for other sector, for example, oil sector in the Ugandan context, I think because the oil discovery is quite recent, I think there's more willingness from the Ugandan side to approach China for institutional building kind of capacity help. That's not necessarily the case in the road sector, quite surprisingly. When I was in Europe, so even for those commercial training, let's say, so where Europe has sent staff for contract management training, they're looking places like South Africa, Tanzania, and as well as India. They've never talked about, going to China to purchase commercial training courses to send staff there for engineer contracting management courses. So China has never been really featured into their mindset as a place of knowledge in the sense for institution building, as far as I can see. Yes, I think that's what I want to say. I don't want to use too much time. But thank you for the comment. Yeah.
Peter?
Okay, hi. All right, if I can just go through some of those questions, whether defaults have happened. I don't think that there have been any. My sense is that the international community, when it senses a default crisis, has stepped in, like with the HIPIC initiative 10, 15 years ago. And what we're seeing now, as I mentioned in my paper, that yesterday only the G20 finance ministers have agreed on a sort of comprehensive approach framework to start addressing those most in danger of default on a case-by-case basis. So that's my sense, is that the extent of the problem has provoked a response. Is the focus on China too strong, given that MDBs and private creditors have much bigger loans? You could say so, The MDBs, of course, have their own approach, and they claim that they are providing grants and so on to cover debt relief. One would have to go into the auditing of that in some detail. The private sector, that is a problem. I think what some people are doing, though, is comparing China as an official creditor with other official creditors. And then there's the issue about the China Development Bank, which obviously the G7 and the World Bank and so on feel is a sleight of hand in a way to define it out of the DSSI, even though it is a government-owned bank. But I think by doing so, they are operating within the World Bank criteria, but it's still obviously created some problems. When it comes to, does China prefer multilateral versus bilateral negotiations? If you look at there is this sense that China does prefer bilateral, but if you look at the DSSI, for example, that was agreed by the G20 in the Paris Club, and China's a member of the G20. So you could say that China agreed in a multilateral forum to provide, debt suspension. And then it's true, as the ambassador said, it's then proceeded to conduct negotiations one by one. I think that's what the Paris Club is doing too. The Paris Club announced on September the 1st that it had reached agreements with 20 of the 29 African DSSI countries. So having agreed in a multilateral framework, I think it still requires case-by-case negotiations. But China, presumably with the exception of CDB, is bound by that G20 decision, and also must now be bound by the new decision to extend it to June next year. When it comes to using climate-friendly terms, conditionality in loans. My sense is, and I could be wrong here, but because China's approach is very much respect for the sovereign, it's unlikely to have introduced such conditions. I think the World Bank and so on do. I know that South Africa a few years ago had some difficulty in negotiating World Bank loans for the construction of 2 big Eskom coal-fired power plants. And they did so eventually, I think, rather reluctantly, because South Africa didn't have any options and power was running out. But it came with conditions about, in fact, I think the grants included funding for cleaning the emissions and whatever. I mean, not completely satisfactory, but clearly a factor, When it comes to too much focus on Africa, again, the question was raised by Ekrus that there's this tendency to seize property as collateral for loans. Now, as I mentioned in my paper, CARI, the China Africa Research Institute, an initiative has looked into that quite closely. They found one instance only, though, of that, which is in Chad, I think a petrol refinery. The case that was mentioned, Hambantota in Sri Lanka, is considered to be the sort of the case study, if you like, of using property or fixed assets as collateral. And according to CARI, it's not true even there, that because what was done was not to sign over the actual port, the ownership of the port to China, to the investors, but to grant a Chinese company the concession for running the port, which is quite an important, subtle, but not so subtle, but quite a significant difference. So, yeah, I mean, what is very clear, obviously, that China has got caught up in a big sort of global propaganda war with the US, the Trump administration in particular. And a lot of what China's doing in Africa obviously has to be considered quite carefully in the context of that discussion. I mean, I think it's true that, for example, as I mentioned, the fact that China is less meticulous about ensuring the sustainability of the debt, of the loans that it lends. That is a factor clearly to some degree in causing debts to become unaffordable. But, as we've heard, that's not the only factor, and China is not the only player in creating those kind of problems. If you look at Mozambique, for example, a classic case study of the last few years where they secretly incurred massive debts of about $2 billion US dollars to buy, supposedly to buy fishing vessels and security patrol boats. Those loans came from private companies, and so one of the recommendations that has been made by organizations like Eurodad is that there should be a comprehensive agreement on how to handle debts, and it should include affordability as one of the major considerations. Some sort of global rules about when you can lend and when you can't lend, and can they afford it, and are these loans being made public, as they were not in the case of Mozambique. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'm just looking at the time. I won't address all the questions raised by the audience, but I want to raise two interrelated questions and sort of just cluster them together. The first one is with regards to the question of when you're talking about infrastructure development and the engagement in projects, the question about sustainability of this project. So that's one, to what extent that's being filtered and incorporated into the China Africa engagement, so sustainability. And number two is the question of the role of the recipient governments, because as Ma Ekerucha indicated, and also as Han mentioned, that we picked up on, is the fact that because the Chinese rely on the host government regulatory environment, that the onus then is on the recipients to also push for greater accountability, and this is to the question of transparency. So given the economic headwinds of COVID-19, are we likely to see a more pragmatic response from Chinese policymakers with regard to the BRI trajectory? And two, are we going to see more engagement in transparency, in fiscal sustainability, and in project eligibility from host countries? I think those are the two questions. I don't know if any of the panelists want to pick up on that very quickly. I'd say maybe 2 or 3 minutes at most. Dr. Sule or Dineo or any of the presenters. Mike Richa, maybe you want to talk about the sustainability question?
For the sustainability question, I think I already touched on that, how recipient governments are beginning to fund eco-friendly projects. So it's mostly demand-driven. It doesn't necessarily come from China, where they say, we're in this country, we're only willing to fund climate-friendly projects. It's mostly from the African governments.
Yeah, I hear you, but I think the point of that question was here, maybe to give an example, for instance, with the Kenyan SGR railway, where there's now it's increasingly being questioned whether it was largely a white elephant project, and that not only the environmental sustainability was not done properly, there was also no due diligence on the actual feasibility of that project, obviously as a ratio of the debt management issue. So, and the question here is whether now, given the tough economic climate that we are all going through, whether there will be actually more demand, not only from governments, but also from even the Chinese policymakers themselves, for a more pragmatic approach, a more greater emphasis on not just sustainability, but actually on logistics performance of the project, and on actual fiscal eligibility and fiscal sustainability in that sense. I think that's where I think the broader direction of this question is coming from.
Okay, so going forward, right, I think that will depend on the specific African country. So for my country, for instance, I honestly do not think that, they would put into consideration, they'll, have a better fiscal considerations, or, now factor in sustainability issues. That agenda is simply not on the table right now. But there are several countries that are using this opportunity to re-engineer their economies, ensuring that ensuring that they invest heavily in green projects. So yes, for some countries, that's ongoing. But for my country, so I'm speaking specific to what I know. For my country, no, Nigeria.
Okay, and the other, any of the other speakers can also touch on that issue of sustainability, but also the recipient government's onus or the imperative for carrying out greater transparency obligations, transparency on the terms of the loan agreements, and on the scale of engagement with China. Do you see that happening, or is it one that maybe would actually, we see a case where they would turn to greater borrowing and hence escalate that vicious cycle? Dr. Swile, I'm seeing you moving.
Well, I see, well, there are calls, of course, for greater transparency. Those calls have been present for quite a while now, especially coming from civil society organization. And I think that's where, civil societies have a strong role to play. I was part last month, actually, of the release of the latest Afrobarometer survey data on how Africans perceive China. And what came out of these let's say survey results is that I think less than half of Africans from 18 countries are aware of Chinese loans, but most of them consider that, well, they should be that their government should pay back and so on. But I think the problem, there are many issues here. The transparency, or let's say the lack of transparency, has been is a problem in itself for various reasons, but it has several consequences. Consequences are that many of these Chinese projects are being instrumentalized or heavily politicized, within these countries by several, political elites, and as to say, well, our country is in debt distress, and so there are many problems here where the lack of transparency creates opportunities, for heavy politicization of accusing some governments, and we've seen it in parliamentary debates in Nigeria, for instance, where the government, or at least I think the Treasury, has been obliged to present the data from to show that the China is not the largest creditor to Nigeria, and also let's say that many of the numbers are not necessarily the true ones. But I think this is also to some extent a wake-up call, both for Africans and Chinese actors, to be able to communicate more about these projects, what it is about, how these loans have been contracted, what the contract is about, how many Africans will be employed, about technology transfer, to be less vague as they've been so far. And this will, I think, to some extent only enhance the relation, between these two, between African countries and China.
Yeah. And on that note, Peter, I'm just seeing your video is on. I don't know if you had a question or.
Yeah. Could I just say something to that question?
I think we have a minute left.
Oh, don't worry, forget it.
Yeah, you'll have to be very. Maybe you can just take the conversation further, but in the interest of time, I'll have to end it there. And I just want to say thank you, Mike Rich. I'll also ask you maybe we take the conversation outside, in the sense of we carry it on further beyond this platform, because there is another session, and I don't want to get into that time slot. But thank you everybody for your precious time. Thank you for your engagements, which have been illuminating, and I'm sure they'll open up the conversation much further. And we've certainly enjoyed this session with both the presenters and the panelists. And thank you also for the audience for tuning in. I just want to hand over to either Cobus or Cyril from SIRE on the next steps for the conference.
Thanks so much, Faith. That was great. And thanks so much for our panelists and for the commenters. It was really a rich exchange. We're delighted with that. We're going to take a 15-minute break. So we will resume the next session at 11:30. So we'll be right back. Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're going to start our next session now. This session focuses on the fourth industrial revolution, which is an issue that we've seen both really shaping African development conversations, but one that is also it's controversial for different reasons, not least because of the dynamics involved in technology provision in Africa. So we're looking forward to a very rich session, and I'd love to introduce you to the moderator of this session. Really is the executive director of the Youth Bridge Trust, who works with donors to facilitate the implementation of youth development programs in Africa. So without further ado, I'd like to hand it to Seth.
Thank you, Dr. Kobus, for the introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're streaming from. Or to those who are already on the 16th of October, already in the future, good morning to you. Like Dr. mentioned, I am the executive director of an institution called the Youth Bridge Trust. It is a grant-making entity focusing on funding institutions primarily in the future of work. So our focus is predominantly in that region, and I'm really excited to be moderating today's session that speaks to something that I'm very passionate about. And I look forward to the way that we'll all engage. So just to go straight into it, the session is more around the economic development and harnessing 4IR in that aspect. So we're going to have a number of presentations from leading minds in the field. And once we hear from them, we'll have a session for a time for question and answers, Q&A. So please prepare your questions and just slot them into the chat box, or you may be able to raise your hands. My colleagues will be able to also just help facilitate that. So without further ado, let me introduce the first presenter who will be sharing on the 4IR prospects and challenges for Africa. He goes by the name of Rendani Mapiswana. He is part of the Presidential Commission for 4IR South Africa, which is a presidential commission created by the president, of course, to look at 4IR in South Africa. I think he'll be co-presenting with Mete Bekele, Senior Project Officer of the Ethiopian Academy of Science. So I think let's start with Rendani, and then we can move over to Mr. Bekele.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. I presume I'm sharing from my side, right? I did send the presentation in the morning. Okay, so then I must just check that I have the option of sharing. Okay, my screen should be showing on your side now, is that correct?
Yes, thanks so much, Rendani. Good to see you.
Okay, it's good to see you too, since we met earlier in the week with the APRM. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the discussion. So as already indicated, I worked on this paper with Meti, who is in Ethiopia. Unfortunately, she won't be able to join the conversation due to other commitments on her side. So I'll take us through this work. I also just want to highlight that I've done this work as part of my doctoral study, where I am at the University of Johannesburg on a part-time basis. So we looked at this work to explore, the 4IR from the perspective of prospects and challenges for the continent. Then just in terms of introduction, so what we see is that the previous industrial revolutions, they saw Africa as a supplier of low-cost labor, Africa as an exporter of minerals and precious metals. They saw Africa as an importer and consumer of goods and services. What we see is that African states, they largely remain as technology colonies, where a number of the technological intensive activities are still largely outsourced. And part of this, or the implication of this, is that you find that unemployment rises as both technological and knowledge intensive activities are largely outsourced, as I've already indicated. So from a supplier chain or industrial activities perspective, there's fewer activities in the sector of the economy that get executed locally that are both technological and knowledge intensive. So then we captured our problem statement from the perspective that Africa has the youngest population. This is captured in a number of conversations that have also been part of in the continent, which is viewed that it could spur an accelerated economic growth known as the demographic dividend. At the same time, there's also a conversation that 4IR might render the continent's workforce obsolete and reinforce already existing inequalities. What we then looked at was for this study to offer a high-level 4IR readiness scan of Africa and contribute to policy debates, pathways, and choices. We followed a desktop approach in terms of this study, scanning literatures that were issued since around about 2011, which is actually when the term Industry 4.0 emerged in Berlin, Germany, and then later on being conceptualized as the 4IR in 2016 by the World Economic Forum. So that's the approach that we followed in terms of scanning the literature. And then, just on a high level in terms of the 4IR, I believe other speakers might engage, from the definition perspective. What we find is that this is primarily about dynamic convergence of technology domains. And from that perspective, there is the rapid distribution of products and services over the internet. And at least from the African perspective, and even other emerging economies, provided that the digital divide is solved, there is a potential to reach all corners of society. And then in terms of some of the key trends that we found looking at literature across the globe, and those that were also issued from the continent, is that bottom-up approaches are key, as what we saw in India. The other key trend is that clarity on the role within each nation state, as we actually observed in Germany, Japan, the USA, and China. There has to be a clear strategy on what are we going to do, with this dynamic convergence of technologies. Once they converge, what do we intend to utilize them for? So that clarity is very important. And what we see in literature is that it differs from different countries, and each is trying to find a level of competitiveness that they perceive to be aligned with their overall national objectives and ambition. What we also see is that there's a sense of a roadmap approach, as what we observed in Thailand, with Thailand 1.0 first, 1.2, 2.0, 3.0, and now they are currently at 4.0, and perhaps they are already transitioning to 5.0 as we speak. Another key trend is that higher education has been too slow to augment 4IR skills, especially when we're looking at the continent, including the universities in South Africa. I think there has been a bit of progress during the course of this year, but we are still to to see how well the augmentation of the technologies and the skill has been a success or not. And perhaps future studies must look at that, especially from the perspective of the pandemic, which has accelerated some of the adoption of the technologies. What we also see is that there's a need to adapt and redesign technologies for local challenges. As we observed in one study in Nigeria that is looking at the agricultural space. So it's not enough to just take the technologies and hope that they will achieve certain objectives. There has to be clarity on what are the kind of adaptation and the redesigning of the technologies to fit the local challenges. What we also find is that having the technology itself is not enough. It is actually about the suitable business model that is able to deliver that technology to market or for that technology to meet the needs in the market. A last key trend, a bit not on the good side, is that what we saw on the 2016 Global Manufacturing Index is that top 3 African countries, being South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria, they were all ranked in the middle to the lower tier from a manufacturing perspective. And this speaks again from what I've indicated earlier on, that in terms of knowledge and technological intensity, those activities are actually very low when we look at the continent. And then trying to map out the prospects and challenges. From a prospects point of view, in the perspective that we don't have certain legacies around some of the industries because they are not yet permanent and dominant, there is an opportunity to launch certain new markets and industries, and they don't necessarily have to compete with legacy infrastructures and technologies and investment, which makes it difficult from a technology lock-in perspective. And where there are existing industries, there's the possibility to use the newer technologies to upgrade existing industries. What we've seen, particularly on the progress that has been observed in countries like China, is that they've invested heavily on technologies to improve their productivity, and thus upgrading of the existing industries and making them competitive in what has become a very dynamic and competitive global economy. From the prospect point of view as well, linking up to new markets and new industries, is that there's the possibility to create new jobs. And from a youth perspective who have not yet entered into the workspace or are still in the early days of the workspace, then there is an opportunity that they could easily transition into new jobs at perhaps a much lower opportunity cost. And then when we look at governments, the augmentation of the different technologies is quite key in efficient service delivery, be it aspect of crime prevention or aspect of monitoring for various activities that government have put in place to look after their own citizens. There is an opportunity to achieve efficient service delivery. However, at the same time, when we look at this prospect, there are a number of challenges. Is that the infrastructure for 4IR is quite low, and in some areas not there. What we also see as well, due to the non-competitiveness of our industries, is that there is a trend towards deindustrialization. This is not only observed in Africa, it is observed in a number of the developing economies as well. And some of the latest work is actually saying that this deindustrialization is actually premature. So how do we then manage that when we have launched the new industries, then that we do not then find ourselves having to deindustrialize very quickly, which makes the area very poor from an investment point of view. And then, of course, at the same time, with the adoption of technologies, that balance between the creation of the new jobs and the loss of the existing jobs, there is that challenge that there might be a lag in between the creation of the new job and the loss of the existing jobs. And what we also see, as I've indicated earlier on, from a technological and knowledge-intensive activities, our skill set is still quite low, which then makes it challenging for us to upgrade our workforce into the higher end jobs that that might still then be available to engage the technologies in a different way. Then the last challenge that we have is that with all these technologies, especially from the algorithm perspective, artificial intelligence, AI, they're trained on data that is not always coming from the continent. So there is a sense of bias and discrimination that we observe. The question is, what are the strategies to be able to see how to manage that? So those are the mapping from a prospect and challenges perspective that we've looked at from this study. And then in terms of the concluding remarks, is that we think as part of the way forward that there's a need to embrace 4IR in new and simple settings where we actually have an opportunity for low cost and be able to launch the infrastructure development. And then the other aspect, as I've indicated earlier on, the digital divide is quite strong in the continent. So there has to be a concerted effort on us investing in bridging the digital divide to be able to harness localized and enhanced informal activities. The continent of Africa is found to have quite a number of these informal activities. And the question is, how do we make use of the different digital tech to enhance and upgrade the informal economic activities that we find in our economy, and then transfer them to the formalized economy so that the revenues that the people are able to generate, then it is at a much higher level. And as I've already indicated, there's a need to balance future and current employment needs. So this adoption of technologies has to be a managed effort. It cannot just be a free for all if we are to achieve our socio-economic objectives. Then from a policy perspective, there's a need to follow an adaptive approach to policy, learning by doing in search of suitable policy mix. What will work in South Africa is not necessarily going to work in Nigeria. So there is a need that the policymakers look at it from an exploration, adaptive approach, as they search for what will work in their own context and environment. Then I think looking at it from the continent perspective, there's a need to identify and select certain African states to lead on elements of 4IR and later accelerate knowledge and technology transfer starting within the particular region. It will be unfortunate if each country tries to be a leader in everything. I think there is a need to understand what are the strategic advantages which each country can then take on and then move in that order. And that is our contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Rendani, for that. Very insightful. And to the colleagues who are on the line, we'll have an opportunity for us to have questions. But if you have questions around this discussion, please put them in the comment section. So we'll have all of our presenters sharing the presentation and the research reports, and then we'll go into Q&A. So our next, we're going to move over to our next presenters, excuse me, talking around digital disruption in Africa, mapping innovations for the African free trade area in post-COVID times. This will be done by Dr. Alistair Tempest, the Chief Executive Officer of E-Commerce Forum South Africa, and Michelle Chivunga, the founder and CEO of Global Policy House. Just to give you a bit of a bio of each, Dr. Alistair Tempest is the CEO of E-Commerce Forum Africa. He has served as the Director General of the European Advertising Tripartite and was the Director at Reader's Digest and was Director General of the Federation of European Direct and interactive marketing in Brussels. He has over 10 years experience in the telecommunication space, and he's also serving on a number of boards. Michelle Chivunga has predominantly worked on government policy and designing financing instruments, working with parliamentarians, bankers, and international organizations to develop policy and support financing/economic development programs. She's worked at the British Bankers Association, where she was the corporate banking head around SME and business policy. Dr. Tempest and Michelle, please go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed, and good afternoon to everyone. We have been asked by SIA to produce a paper, which we are doing at the moment. Well, we've actually just about finished it, which is on mapping innovations for the African Free Trade Area. So we're looking at innovations within the 4IR sphere environment, specifically where they tie in with the African Free Trade Area, which, as everyone knows, was started this year. January next year, it will actually come into force, as it were, and also at the same time in January next year, there will start to be negotiations on e-commerce. Can I please have my next slide? Apologize for here. I need to get help with my slides because my router blew up yesterday. So I'm having a bit of trouble with the internet. So what, as I said, we're looking at, as the two authors of this new paper, is what will be those new innovations and their impact on Africa over the foreseeable future. The previous speaker spoke about the reports or report in Africa, in South Africa on 4IR. Of course, there are other countries which are doing similar things. However, as we have seen, the COVID pandemic has forced African business leaders to adapt operating modules much faster than before in order to ensure their survival. And it has highlighted innovation by Africans to solve African challenges. We very much believe, from the research that we've done, that African innovation now has the wherewithal to move forward into the next phase, so that it's not just emulating what's happening in the developed world, but actually going beyond that. And I'll get back to that in a second. Can I have my next slide, please? Obviously, as you all know, as all the participants know, the silver lining in the COVID pandemic cloud was e-commerce. E-commerce has grown enormously. It's very interesting looking at, for example, Jumea. Jumea operates in 10 different countries. Some of them had strong lockdowns, like South Africa, Kenya. Some had weaker lockdowns, like Nigeria. Some had no lockdowns at all. In those countries with weaker or no lockdown, e-commerce didn't really push itself forward. But in those countries where the lockdown was strong, such as South Africa, there has been a tremendous development of e-commerce over the last 7 months. Just to give an example, one of the pay gateways here in South Africa reported that the payment for online food at the beginning of the lockdown here, that is under levels 1, 2, and 3, increased by 500%. In other issues like apparel, it actually increased even more, by 800%. So you can see there's been this tremendous increase. And what we see really is that e-commerce has jumped 5 years in 5 months. And that has made a very big difference. I'm going to leave it to Michelle to look at the CBDC as the next innovation, because she did a major meeting on that recently. But just again to stress that the decentralization of finance and digital platforms, in our view, will accelerate digital trade and support the recovery and economic resilience of Africa. Can I have my next slide, please? Now, one of the issues which we are, of course, very well aware of is that traditional regulation can strangle innovation. And what we've looked at is a couple of points where we feel there needs to be a new look taken, not just by South Africa, we're talking on the Pan-African level. So on the Pan-African level, just this first one on the regulation of fintech. South Africa has set up an inter-ministerial fintech working group, which really is extremely good because it has a sandbox to allow people to discuss issues, to discuss new legislation. It has a wide range of different ministries involved in it. It can do studies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is the sort of thing which allows countries to go forward, having discussed very closely within governments and also with other stakeholders. And we feel that that is extremely important. It's very often not the case, and it's very often the case therefore that fintechs get caught because they are being regulated by only one ministry, and that ministry may not be friendly. The next issue, which is a very important one also, is that there is a need for intellectual property regulation on a Pan-African level. What we have mostly in Africa are pre-digital intellectual property regulations, and they just don't work in the digital community. Something that I find particularly important is consumer protection, because it underpins trust in e-commerce and trust in other forms of innovation. There are far fewer countries, I think it's 18 out of the 55 countries which have consumer protection law than, for example, privacy law, where there are now 25 countries with privacy law in Africa. So consumer protection law, let's have an AU convention or something where all the different countries work together to achieve a level of consumer protection. Competition regulation, well, the South African Competition Commission came out with an extremely good report. I highly recommend people to read it. It's around about 68 pages long, and it is very inclusive of banking, retail, telecoms, all the things which cover the digital economy. The issue there, though, is that, and by the way, the paper points that out, the issue there is that competition policy should be used to assist in innovation and not to protect established business models. And in the report, in fact, it mentions that, for example, South Africa has not enjoyed the benefits of M-Pesa type systems of mobile banking because old regulations which protected the banks were used to prevent M-Pesa arriving in South Africa. Privacy is central to all forms of data processing and digital economy. We have our Protection of Personal Information Act here in South Africa, which is still being implemented. Very important. Cybersecurity and cybercrime, there is a desperate need for Pan-African cooperation and collaboration there, not only in regulation, but also in implementation. The more that we depend on the internet, the more there will become opportunities for criminals to take money, etc., to fraud people. Data sovereignty is a big issue too. There's a debate on whether localization of data is the right solution. And what that means is that any data which is produced in a country has to stay in the servers of that country. That challenges the benefits of cloud computing, for example. So we need to look at that very carefully. And of course, one other thing which needs to be added here is the issue of regulation of cryptocurrencies. And South Africa is very open to cryptocurrencies. Other countries are not so open in Africa. Can I have the next slide, please? So I've basically dealt with nearly all these issues in the earlier slide. I think what we look at very much in our report is how the African Free Trade Area will benefit, not just in terms of opening borders and allowing trade to go, encouraging trade within Africa, but also by encouraging the reindustrialization of Africa. And that is extremely important, ladies and gentlemen. We have to become more industrialized in Africa if we are going to provide the employment necessary for young people coming onto into the employment arena. The last slide, please, in my section. So what we believe is that there is the possibility, the great potential for an African Renaissance built on the digital economy. The innovations and the entrepreneurship in Africa are incredibly evident, but they do need to be marketed. So we're suggesting a few things, a few little slogans, like, for example, instead of saying African solutions for African challenges, which rather implies that there are challenges in Africa and nowhere else, African solutions for global challenges. We can provide solutions for challenges in other countries. We need to create a brand Africa and also create a pride in Made in Africa. This is extremely important. We need to promote the African Free Trade Area internally within Africa and externally on the international stage. And we need to engage all the stakeholders at national, regional, economic, community, and Pan-African levels if we are going to get this going. And this is an enormous opportunity for us, ladies and gentlemen. The next slide. So I'm now passing on to Michelle, who I can see there waiting to talk. Michelle, please.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Alistair. And good morning. I think good afternoon for you guys from, good morning here from London. And thank you so much for having me here today. Some really interesting conversations going on. I was listening much earlier on. So Mappy, just follow on what Alistair was saying. I think really, really important that we think about, the industrialization. And we think that, CFTA is a massive opportunity for Africa, but also, the opportunities that are coming with the fourth industrial revolution and the digital technologies, which I'm about to go into at the moment, has, massive potential, I think, for the continent. Is actually really, really exciting time. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, I mean, the earlier speaker did really cover that very well. I think, we are, heading towards that, and a lot of technology as an enabler. And COVID, I think, has really kind of pronounced the need for inclusion. And I think one of the winners out of the COVID story has been technology and digital tools. And some of these digital tools, I'm sure many of you must have heard, as you were listening to the news or whatever, how these technologies have been used in actually trying to help with their recovery. So, the digital revolution pretty much kind of came to fore following COVID, and COVID has really helped to shine a light on the opportunities that some of these technologies have to play. Now, what is the story in the context of Africa? So we've spent quite a bit of time looking into this area with Alistair on the paper that he refers to. And I think one of the things that is certainly coming out quite strongly is actually the technologies themselves are great to have and certainly can play a massive, massive role in future. But I think the foundations have to be in place. So when we're talking about things like connectivity and infrastructure, a lot of these technologies will rely on a very strong infrastructure base. So very, very important that we start to look at that very, very closely, especially for Africa. And I think the investment should certainly go into looking at infrastructure and connectivity, but equally so looking into data. So a lot of all these technologies that you're seeing here, be it, sort of 3D printing, blockchain, big data, quantum computing, again, coming way down the line, or even the usages of drones, AI and things like that is very, very reliant on quality data. And the data argument cannot be, sort of pushed aside. I think it's a very, very important thing. And I think, again, COVID has really shown a light on the significance of data. And even to inform some of the stimulus packages and responses that have come to date have been, driven by the amount of data that countries have, to help them, to inform them. Next slide. So a lot of those technology, again, just to as I go through if you bear that in mind, that is very, very important. There's a solid foundation there. Data is in place. Again, when you're looking at things like artificial intelligence, which has had more of an adoption around the world, has had a better adoption, I would say, than the other technologies. And the reason for that, again, people are really sort of relying a lot on the data, but again, data has to be quality data, and data has to reflect the sort of countries we're talking about. So like we heard earlier on, again, if you're putting in wrong data into the artificial intelligence protocols and things, then you are going to get some biases in there, and that is quite problematic. And a lot of countries have started to see that. So how you're managing those systems, machine learning systems, and what sort of data you're using, again, will impact the outcomes that you get. So very, very important. There's a big more investment into looking at how do we actually ensure that we have quality data? How do we tap on things like big data and utilize those data to actually help us in informing, a lot of our policies and decision-making processes. So very, very important industry, but we have to approach this industry with caution. As well, I mean, AI, for example, has played a huge significant role in terms of things like social media and how, our behavioral patterns are actually driven by machine learning and things like, artificial intelligence. A lot of us don't really realize that when we're on a day-to-day basis, we are interacting with artificial intelligence. Be it, you're scanning, you're tagging your friend on Facebook and things like that. There's a lot of AI and machinery going in behind that. That people don't really pick up on. How do you get all those adverts that you get on your screens around? If you're looking to travel somewhere for a destination, then you get a whole range of distant destinations that are pointed at you. There's a lot that's happening in the background, and there's very poor understanding on how to manage and handle that. Some of more the bigger tech firms, are very, very, sort of aware of these methodologies and are using this, I think, to try and get to people. So again, we have to be very, very careful how we utilize the technologies and for what use we're using those technologies for. But a lot of people are starting to warm up, are starting on a day-to-day basis to interact with these technologies, and hence why we really think that there's potential for massive adoption as we move forward, as there's greater understanding of how these technologies are impacting lives. And these technologies are also going to shape certain behaviors as we move forward. So even to the level of where people are going to decide who they are, interacting with, online dating and all that, and marriages and things. So there's a lot, I think, to come with technology that people don't still realize. And hence why it's important we invest a little bit more time into understanding them, I think. Next slide, please. So in terms of, looking at tech again in Africa, I think an earlier speaker, really pointed this out again. Very, very important, I think, for Africa to really recognize the opportunities that come with these technologies. I think we're still kind of early days in terms of, adoption on a lot of the newer technologies. AI, not so much. I mean, AI, there's been a lot more kind of utilization in banks and companies like that. I think for the more slightly newer technologies like blockchain, and quantum, the conversation is still very early days. And the conversation, even around things like blockchain at the moment, still leans very heavily on cryptocurrency. Now, cryptocurrency is just one application of blockchain technology. The underlying technology itself, blockchain, has a big, big role. Lots of other applications can come from blockchain, and I think there's still an understanding there. Take, for example, some of the projects in Ghana, Ben, again, a land registry group that is utilizing blockchain, for example, to look at land titles and managing, sort of land titles and other things as well, which is really, really interesting. So we're starting to see, sort of mini projects spotting from different parts of Africa, but this is really driven by the main players, again, the likes of Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, where you're starting to see a little bit of traction and interaction with these technologies. Kenya, of course, again, Kenya historically, as we know, has been very, very big on things like, mobile money payments and things like that. So the digital revolution around mobile money payments actually comes from Kenya. And the global community is starting to also recognize Africa as a major player in terms of, introducing even new technologies. And I don't think it doesn't have to be the same when we're talking about some of these newer technologies, because some of these newer emergent technologies, their application is actually probably more suited in emerging markets than in developed markets because of the challenges around things like legacy systems in developed nations. So there's a massive opportunities, I think, for emerging countries to tap on some of these technologies and actually be leading in introducing some of the bigger use cases for these technologies. As you can see here, lots of going on in the fintech circles on utilizing these technologies. I mean, in Nigeria alone has so many sort of tech hubs going on. Lots of young entrepreneurs who are playing around with these technologies and really starting to understand the role they can play. The challenge is very much around scalability. How can we scale, what is going on? How can we ensure that we have a greater understanding and capacity building is happening around understanding these technologies and fully utilizing them? A lot of these technologies are very, very suited for small, medium enterprises, for example. Africa is a small, medium enterprise hub, if you like. And it's very, very important that we start to understand what does things like blockchain AI mean in the world of SMEs or small, medium enterprises or entrepreneurs. How can we engage, very early on, even though we might have challenges around things like infrastructure or connectivity, we still need to think strategically and plan ahead to say, okay, when we can bring in some of these technologies, what foundations do we need to lay? Next slide, please. And again, I mean, I'll write some of the other sort of use cases around things like blockchain and how you can utilize blockchain. There are various other areas apart from what you hear around things like cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. That is just one area or use. The actual underlying technology, blockchain, has many functionalities. And the main kind of core functionalities that come with blockchain is that transparency element, the ability to be able to interact and trade and to do things more transparently, more cost effectively. There's a, sort of an audit trail, real-time evaluation of your transactions as and when you're doing it. So it gives a whole new level to transparency and to creating trust as you interact, even with players that you might never have met before in your life. You know, you're able to do business, right? Which gives a little bit more transparency. And you can imagine the level of transparency that comes by utilizing a more decentralized method where you're not relying on one entity to decide things. You know, you have a peer-to-peer sort of system where everybody has, you know, kind of gives consensus around transactions. And this can be applicable in so many different industries, healthcare, talked about small medium enterprises. When you're talking about, you know, recording property rights, you're looking at land title deeds and things like that. Even strengthening cybersecurity systems as well. You know, there's a big role of these technologies kind of coming together and converging to strengthen cybersecurity, which is very, very important. The concept of smart contract, where you can set certain rules and policies within a system. So for example, I sell you something, you receive the good. I don't sit and wait or rush to a bank, so I need to worry about making payments. You use smart contracts, what we refer to as smart contract, to execute that transactions, you know, to automate that process and execute the transactions because those instructions are already embedded. Very, very important. So these are going to be game changers, I think, as we move ahead. But there is still quite a lot of work in terms of technical development, even with some of these technologies. But the opportunities and the potential for them to actually offer a lot more level of transparency and more cost-effective operations are absolutely massive, and it's an opportunity not to miss. Just quickly, even when you think about things like music, I mean, Africa is coming up with some of the hottest music at the moment, be it Afrobeats or whatever it is that you enjoy, right? But how are we ensuring that those artists that are producing those music, how are we protecting their royalties and things like that? How can you tell that this song is written by X in Ghana or in Nigeria or in Zambia? Yeah, how do we protect those rights? Again, you know, technologies like blockchain can play a big role there. And slowly we're starting to discover that, and across the value chain, you can utilize that technology for a little bit more transparency. Next slide. So definitely very exciting times ahead. Again, this is just examples of where, again, you can apply some of the technologies and what a digital future kind of looks like for Africa if we are to tap on these technologies. If we can look at the whole, you know, regulation that Alistair talked about, we can improve connectivity. We do need a certain level of investment, of course, in order to drive this, you know, at a scale that we want to drive it at. You know, when you're looking at IP and protecting IP, even property rights and things, how can you tap on the technology? Data, again, has been talked about quite heavily. You know, how do we ensure that we've got right data protection laws? I think in Africa, only about 23 countries have some sort of data protection laws in place. So really important that we think about, you know, how do we start to strengthen that a little bit more? Next slide. And this is just kind of give you a little bit of a scenario in terms of, you know, how we see cities of the futures, right? How do we want to create those cities of the future, those digital cities of the future, and what role does digital transformation have to play? You know, and I think one of the things, you know, is to understand is actually this is not going to happen necessarily overnight. Yes, you know, when COVID hit, people had to switch, had to pivot, as I say, you know, pivot to a digital economy. But how do you take advantage of that digital economy, right? It might not happen overnight, but there's certain steps I think you need to follow to be able to create those cognitive cities of tomorrow, which are a little bit more personalized and a lot more seamless. Everybody now is being very, very cautious around, if you think about behaviors, you know, it's very important to think about behaviors, even in the sense of technology. You know, how people behave and interact is very, very important, even to make these technologies a success, because if you don't have adoption with these technologies, then, you know, it makes it very, very difficult to implement in the first place. So very important to understand behaviors, very important when you're designing even the basic infrastructure or the technical infrastructures as we do in our company, to have the mind of the user at the end. How are we designing, you know, certain technologies so that the users can actually interact with it? And it's all about collaboration and co-creating. You know, we're moving away from a world where it's all about just my own little nation or my own little entity. We have to think about, you know, how does it impact the rest of the world? We have to think about sustainability, in environmental impacts, or somehow how this technology will impact environmental issues, and then really thinking more widely around the circular economy, you know, and how do you infuse technology within that circular economy? Very, very important. As you can see in the yellow, you know, circle there, yes, we've got several technologies. These are many, many tools there, but these technologies to really work, I think there has to be a level of understanding, actually, how do we utilize them? Where have we got the right data? Is it safe? Is it secure? Are we protecting the consumers that are going to be using this? All those questions have to be answered, right? And then how do all these technologies, maybe some of them work together to actually reap the scalable benefits that I was talking about? So it's not always just a case of, I'm just going to look at AI. Oh yeah, blockchain is just going to sort everything out. No, it doesn't work like that in reality. I think we have to understand the advantages of converged technologies and how you can use those converged technologies to actually reap some benefits. And finally, just to wrap up, next slide, sorry, thank you. Yes, again, I won't go into too much detail here. Everybody's pretty aware in terms of the CFTA and the opportunities with CFTA. But in my view and in our view, I think Alistair, in the paper we've done, actually that convergence of the CFTA and really investment around things like connectivity and infrastructure and the tools within the digital revolution or the fourth industrial revolution can have massive transformative impact for Africa. And it's a massive opportunity now to actually gain some interest into understanding this and also getting some lessons from other parts of the world where they might have moved slightly ahead, including China. China has been at the forefront, even in blockchain. I think China is doing quite a lot, and I'm very engaged with our Chinese counterparts on the blockchain side who are doing quite a lot in terms of really doing a lot of research and development to understand how the technology works. So this is massive opportunity, I think, with CFTA. Next slide, please. And there are lots of lessons to be learned, both from the Africa and the China end. And I think that collaboration is very, very important. Now, just to wrap up in terms of some of the recommendations that we have, Alistair's picked up on the more regulatory recommendations. I think from our end, as a company, fintech very, very heavily involved in the blockchain and digital economy space. We do call on governments, regulators, and a range of other players to actually come together and collaborate to understand this space. So before you even bring in your regulation, very, very important, you understand how this space, and we encourage the, things like sandboxes that are going on to try and understand the innovation and actually try and do some scenario planning around, how these technologies will impact certain countries. And because of course, Africa is not one country, you're going to have a lot of different impacts in different countries. So again, very, very important, you do that scenario planning, trying to understand how, what resources would you need? How can you leverage data? Do we have data? If we don't have data, how can we start to collect data? Can you invest into a data strategy? Every country should be thinking like that. How do we build the skills and reskill Africans so that they're not left out because of automation, but they have the right skills to meet the fourth industrial revolution? So people, do we have enough developers, for example, that can look at things like blockchain and AI and all that? How can we reskill young people? We've got full of young people in Africa. The right talents that we need. How are we investing in terms of capacity building, not just for them, but also capacity building for policymakers, central bankers. As Alistair said earlier on, we held an event last week, Thursday, first time ever done in Africa on central bank digital currencies. And the turnout was incredible. We had 600 people signed to that event. With a lot of kind of people engaging, want to understand how can digital money actually impact Africa? Would it transform Africa? Will it not? What countries can benefit from a digital currency if we were to introduce a digital currency? What are central banks doing around digital currencies? So lots of interesting things that are coming out of the continent and excitement, but at the same time, we do need to build skills and capacity. We need to have an Africa-wide, this is something we've called for, an Africa-wide education program that focus strictly around, looking at things like the blockchain and AI and the fourth industrial revolution, because that is the future. It's coming. It might not be fully blown now, but it is coming. When you're looking at financing, which is a big, big gap across the continent, a lot of SMEs don't have access to capital or finance. When you talk about women entrepreneurs, less than 2%. About 2%, I think, goes to women entrepreneurs from venture capital firms across the world. There's no financing. It's not that finance doesn't exist. It's not getting to the women, right? How do we improve things like that? We have to look at new innovations. Tapping on blockchain-based finance, looking at digital financing. We can turn the tables around and really try and help to get access to trade finance for small businesses and others. And through the transparency that comes with the technology, we're able to also track and monitor how that money is spent, right? Very, very important. Tackling challenges are around, I won't go into too much detail, I've talked about this already, sort of affordable data, across the continent. This is a big issue. People cannot even connect. People cannot even have proper conversations without being disrupted because of the data issue, because of connectivity issue. These things need to be looked at very, very seriously and quite urgently, because that can act as a barrier for us to be able to tackle some of the other technology stuff I talked about. And then great attention, as I said, should be paid to things like, blockchain, AI, and definitely cybersecurity. Every country around the world is actually starting to look at this now, probably pushed quite hard because of COVID, because if you do not cyberproof your countries, do not cyberproof your systems, then you're going to be prone to attacks, right? But you can also do that by leveraging other technologies, including blockchain and AI, and really kind of moving ahead that way. And just to kind of just wrap up, yes, the digital technologies can play a massive role and are playing a massive role in Africa and other parts of the world, but there's an opportunity here. I think, the way to close it off is actually there's a massive opportunity if we can invest in capacity building, invest in understanding these technologies so that we can leverage them off properly. And as Alistair said, the environment has to be right. If you're going to go into a country and this complete ban on cryptocurrency, and then you're saying anything that's related to cryptocurrency, be it blockchain, whatever, banning absolutely everything, then I think that's a slightly wrong move to take, because you have not fully understood what's on offer from the blockchain community or from the digital economy. There has to be a bit more work done to understand the space and then bring in regulations that you need. And then just to finalize, Alice, I don't know if you want to come in, but the last couple of slides just gives you a little bit of detail in terms of what we do in our companies and things. So Alice, you might want to come in quickly and talk about yours before I wrap up.
Thank you very much indeed, Michelle. I think what we'll do is we'll put all this on the presentation, which will be available to everyone. Yeah. If that's okay with you, because I see we're getting over time.
Sure.
Yeah, I was about to say, you've gone over the time, but it was so fascinating. I wish we could give you the entire day to go through it, but thank you so much, Michelle and Dr. Alistair. This was phenomenal. And I think we have questions that are coming through, which we'll answer just after this last presentation, but thank you, very fascinating. And really great perspectives, but also content around actionable things that are happening on the continent, which gives us context, which is really important in this discussion. So thank you so much. Again, to participants, please go ahead and ask your questions in the Q&A. We're going to go into a Q&A after this last presentation. This last presentation will be around adapting to the fourth industrial revolution. It's around Africa's development in the age of automation. And Patrick will be giving this presentation. He's the policy advisor on inclusive growth. And I'm just going to quickly go through his bio. We have a star-studded line of presenters today, and their bios are extremely lengthy because they're well accomplished. So we'll also drop you a link to their full bios. But Patrick served as an advisor in the governance team at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. He advised the government of Ethiopia on economic planning, sector strategy development, and investment promotion. And he was also the deputy lead for the Institute's Inclusive Growth and Private Sector Development practice. He also sits on a number of boards. He holds a master's degree in public administration and international development from the Harvard Kennedy School, where he focused his studies and research on growth strategy and analysis and the intersection between state capability and economic growth. Patrick, over to you.
Thanks very much, Seth. Thanks for that kind introduction. And let me also say thanks to SAIA for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to share some of my thoughts and work in this area. And I think the previous presenters have set me up well to share some views. I think there'll be some overlapping, but hopefully complementary, points that I can raise. So I'm bringing up the rear here, so I'll try to keep it as short as possible, and we'll be glad to engage in Q&A. So let me share my screen. Oh, sorry, it looks like I'm not able to share it. It's the share function is just disabled. Let me try again.
Sarah, would you be able to assist him in just allowing him to share his screen?
Let me share it from my side if that's
okay. Never mind, I got it. Sorry about that.
Perfect, thank you.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, perfectly.
Excellent, great. Good, so, as Seth was saying, I've spent the better part of the last number of years working with a number of different African governments on economic development strategy, structural transformation, that sort of thing. So most recently, I was based in Ethiopia working with the government there. Prior to that, I was in Sierra Leone. I've also worked, with the Liberian government and a couple of others. So yeah, while I'm not currently based in Africa, I'm actually currently based in India. And so, I think a lot of the participants will, be much better placed than me to reflect on sort of the contextual elements of this. I have a little bit of experience and this work sort of tries to combine some of the thinking that my former colleague and I were doing around this with some of the on the ground, experience that I had with, working with a few different governments in Africa. So the first thing that I want to do is, essentially, I think, to have some sense about, what some of the future effects might be, I thought it's useful to also look back to see, where should we be focusing our attention in terms of trying to understand the implications of the fourth industrial revolution. So I think this, what is listed in this slide, I think is well known, but I want to try to unpack it a little bit. And the headline point is essentially that if we look, historically about, how countries have developed in the past, whether it be the early industrializers or, the late industrializers, mainly the Asian countries, we see just a common pattern throughout, which is that most started as agricultural economies, low productivity, and achieved this structural transformation, increased the productivity of the agricultural sectors, shifted into industry, into manufacturing, which then allowed them to sort of, rapidly increase productivity over time and create a bunch of jobs, so on and so forth. And then, we see now that many of the rich countries have now moved to sort of transition their economies into largely service-based economies, right? So again, this is already well known. This sort of lies at the heart of how we've seen economic development happen historically. But I think the question, and I think sometimes something that we gloss over is, what actually made this possible, right? So why is it that shift from agriculture to manufacturing to services was so critical, right? And we can pull out at least three major, points, and especially when we think about manufacturing, right? So basically, most, if not all, countries, at least, countries that are more than a few million that are not city states, essentially, most countries were able to sort of get into manufacturing in a big way, right? And so that was mentioned by Alistair earlier, by Michelle earlier, I think also by Rendani earlier. And so these 3 points, I think, sort of encapsulate why manufacturing has been so important, right? And unique, in fact, among sort of the major sectors of the economy, agriculture, manufacturing, services. So one is that manufacturing has exhibited unconditional convergence across countries. So, to put that in non-jargony terms, essentially, countries that have been able to get into manufacturing have been able to experience high productivity growth over an extended period of time, no matter, no matter the policies that they had, their institutional environment, their geography, so on and so forth. So that's the unconditional part, right? It wasn't conditional on any of those other factors. Essentially, they got into manufacturing and they were able to just sort of increase productivity growth, over time. And so that's why manufacturing historically served as a productivity escalator. That's a term that Danny Roderick and others have used. A second point, about manufacturing is that as we know, it's created lots and lots of jobs, and in particular, sort of lower skilled jobs in labor intensive sectors, right? And so essentially, it has been employment rich, you could call it. Right, so manufacturing has been, many manufacturing sectors have been employment rich. Third is that manufacturing produces tradable goods, right? So you can produce something and then sell it to other countries in the world. And I won't get into the technical macro details, in part because I'm not a pure macroeconomist, but essentially the idea here is that the tradability of the goods that are produced in manufacturing is important because it allows countries to be able to expand the markets that they serve without turning the terms of trade against themselves, right? So these are the sort of three of the key elements that have been unique to manufacturing that have come together all in one sort of sector in manufacturing that, I'll talk about in the next slide, have not necessarily been demonstrated all together simultaneously in other sectors. Importantly, and I'll come back to this is going to be, I think, one of the main points that I try to make is that from a state capability perspective, because manufacturing has exhibited all of these three properties simultaneously, it has enabled governments to be able to focus a bit more narrowly. And this narrower focus has eased sort of the policy challenges of broad reform across the economy. Doing broad reform, big bang reform is hard, right? Politically, technically, otherwise, administratively, right? So, and we all know that governments have to prioritize, right? You can't do everything at once, right? So the fact that manufacturing has had sort of this unique combination of properties has enabled government to sort of, in a way, shortcut and say, look, okay, we're going to focus on just this. That eases sort of the burden on government, but also enables sort of some of these benefits to all simultaneously come together and materialize. So, what does the fourth IR have to do with all this, right? So, I think a lot of the approach that we took. So, a lot of the things that I'm talking about here have been reflected in some work that I did with a former colleague at the Tony Blair Institute, where we published a report on this. And so the lens that we were trying to take is essentially, the fourth IR, a lot of the technologies there, they have a potential bearing on sort of the viability of this traditional export-led industrialization pathway that has proven successful for countries in the past, right? So there are certainly, it seems, some threats that we can see on the horizon, many of which have not yet materialized fully, as Michelle was saying earlier, but nonetheless, we can see that they're coming. So on the left-hand side, I've listed some of these threats, and the technologies that are of focus here are largely robotization, Internet of Things, 3D printing, these sorts of things. And there's a nice World Bank report that goes into much more detail about sort of some of these issues. That was published a couple of years back. But essentially, some of the effects of these are, reduction in the total stock of manufacturing jobs out there, because there might be, just substitution of these technologies for labor, right? That also means that there might be direct labor displacement. Reshoring is a thing that, we haven't seen much of as of yet, but, there are some indications that might be something on the horizon. There might also be higher skill requirements, right? Because some of the technologies are more advanced and might require workers that have sort of greater levels of education and skills in working with those technologies. And so even in manufacturing, that might apply, and that might blunt some of the sort of opportunity that manufacturing has posed in the past in terms of being able to absorb large amounts of low-skilled labor, right? And then there's also this sort of blurring of lines between services and manufacturing, right? So a lot of manufacturing is becoming more servicified, you could say, right? And so that might also sort of blunt some of those advantages that I talked about in the previous slide. There are important caveats that I won't get into too much detail there, but one is what I've just been saying, is that some of the effects are not materializing at scale yet, even in the rich countries, let alone in African countries, where sort of some of the tech absorption might be, you might expect to be a little bit lower right now. The effects might vary by manufacturing sector that you talk about, right? So some manufacturing sectors might be more amenable to this sort of technology adoption than others. And then also an important point that was mentioned earlier also is around the nature and pace of technology adoption. That really matters, right? So it's not to say that, oh, the technology is here, it's immediately going to be adopted. There's a lot of other elements at play that determine sort of how technology gets adopted, right? At the same time, and I think some what the other presenters were speaking about in large part is some of the opportunities that are coming up, right? So I won't get into too much detail about those, but there are still some opportunities in manufacturing, right? So some of these technologies coming into play in a bigger way, you might expect them to lower production costs. That in itself might have knock-on effects within the manufacturing sector, right? In terms of lowering production costs, lowering prices, which might sort of stimulate demand and thus sort of open up sort of new types of opportunities within manufacturing, new types of jobs. Then you might also see some productivity gains in other sectors, right? So precision agriculture is something that we see coming up in some countries in Africa. So Nigeria and other places are seeing some of this in the startup scene. And then also in service sectors, right? So, whether it be education, health, education is one that's particularly important to pay attention to, and particularly in this COVID time, right? We're seeing a lot of interest and sort of rapid forced adoption, you could say, of ed tech. And, that might be something that comes into play in a bigger way going forward. And then here, I also want to sort of point out some of the caveats here. So, and I think I want to put in a particular emphasis on these because I think these are things that, these opportunities are oftentimes raised in the context of the fourth IR. Okay, there might be threats, but there might be opportunities. Hey, we should go for the opportunities. But what I want to say is that we have to always think about this slide, these points that I was making before, that these are the things that actually were the core of what generated rapid, inclusive, sustained growth. Right? So no matter which activity, which sort of promising sector or whatever you're thinking about, these are the things that you have to these are the boxes that you need to tick in order to be confident that, the activity, the sector that you're thinking about can really generate rapid, inclusive, sustained growth, right? And so what we find through a lot of research is that very few, if any, services sectors, for example, meet all three of the criteria that I've listed on that previous slide. So that's, it's just a word of caution. And then I think the other thing to point out is that there's a lot of service sectors themselves that aren't immune themselves to some of the employment effects of technology, of new technology that are listed on the left-hand side of this slide. Okay, so, I think overall, what I want to convey is that it's a mixed bag, right? And the other point I want to convey is that there's a lot of uncertainty. Right, so it's not entirely clear, what strategy is going to work going forward, and it's very likely that the strategy has to be even more tailored now to the country context. As we know, different countries in Africa look very differently and have very different endowments and very different sort of possibilities. And so, what does that mean, right? So I think. What we tried to do in our report was essentially try to sort of map out what are the buckets of types of responses that countries can be looking at, right, in terms of responding to the fourth industrial revolution. So I think the main thing that we have to say here is that number one, there are a few different buckets that we've tried to lay out here. So one is you can try to expand automation, right? So that might be an appropriate response for in particular for some countries. Two is that you can sort of make some core fundamental investments for the future economy, whether that be in infrastructure, like some of the previous speakers were saying, in human capital, right? So education we know is lagging quite a lot, even at the basic levels. So making some of those investments will be critical because they'll serve as a foundation for some of the more advanced investments that need to be made in terms of human capital development. So that's sort of like more along the embracing automation approach. Another approach you could take, writ large, is sort of trying to manage some of the effects of automation. So one element there is sort of investing in the current economy. So that could be saying, okay, we still see that there's a window of opportunity in manufacturing in the traditional pathway, given that a lot of these technologies have not yet been adopted at scale. So let's try to pursue some of the opportunities that still remain there, and use sort of smart modern industrial policy to sort of go down that path. And then another approach, we should say it, even though maybe it's not advisable for most countries, is we can actually try to slow down automation. Now, again, I want to emphasize that for many countries, and I suppose for most countries, that's not going to be a terribly wise thing to do, because somehow this is coming, right? As Michelle said. So it's probably a much better approach to try to figure out what you need to do to adapt, rather than trying to sort of fight the inevitable tide, right? So again. I think for different countries, different approaches are going to be more viable, and I've laid out some of the sort of details on the right-hand side about what that might look like, and it's very likely that all countries, all African governments are going to have to pursue multiple options in parallel, right? So they're going to have to do some things that sort of invest in the future economy, but also do some things that sort of try to invest in the current economy, and also maybe strategically sort of allow expansion of automation, where it makes sense, so on and so forth, right? Now, where I want to sort of end my comments relates in large part to the work that I've been doing over the last many years, working directly with governments, right? So I want to make sort of a meta point about, this challenge around the fourth IR, right? So, a lot of the work that I've been doing is sort of thinking about governance, right? So I'm not, trying to think about the technical challenges, whether it be how to increase inclusive growth, how to, deal with the fourth IR through the lens of governance, because fundamentally that's what sort of I was doing when I was working for the Tony Blair Institute. So fundamentally, the challenge that I've seen is that, given that governments have plenty of they have a plethora of policy choice, as I was talking about in the previous slide, but that's not new, right? Governments have always had choices to make, right? But a key difference now, as opposed to sort of what the early industrializers and late industrializers were dealing with, is that they somehow had a proven model that they could see, okay, this has worked for other countries, and so let's try it. And so it's just a matter of figuring out, how do we actually set up our country to follow that path, that proven path. I think the challenge now is that there's much more uncertainty, precisely because that proven path is itself being threatened by some of these new technologies, right? So given uncertainty, I think, one thing that we have to take very seriously, that Rendani was also talking about earlier, is that we have to be, and by we, I mean sort of a lot of African governments and governments across the world, have to take a much more adaptive mindset and approach to governance, and to sort of trying to figure out what's going to work, right? So one is governments are going to have to see what they already have, start with what they have, experiment and learn from multiple sort of efforts, multiple policy responses, and then try to sort of pursue the measures that seem to be working best in terms of generating growth, generating jobs, so on and so forth, right? So the way that we tried to encapsulate this in the report that we wrote is sort of a staggered portfolio approach to reform, right? So some key elements of this include the following. So one is, and the diagram on the left tries to sort of encapsulate this approach, right? So there's sort of the top-down element, which is sort of, you could think national governments, for example, even multilateral bodies. And then there's the bottom-up element, which is sort of other actors in the economy, right? So that could be subnational governments, the private sector itself, entrepreneurs, civil society, etc. And then underlying that, government really needs to take seriously and figure out how to approach policymaking through sort of a learning ecosystem mindset. Okay, so from the top down, and I'll close my comments soon in a couple of minutes. What we need is setting clear, relevant goals, right, and finite set of them, and then monitoring and tracking, sort of measuring progress towards them, and then from the bottom up, encouraging innovation, essentially. And that could be across a whole range of domains, whether it be in education, health, whether it be directly on sort of generating growth, job creation, all this sort of thing. And the key point, and coming back to the learning ecosystem, is you can't just sort of have a bunch of innovation and then not have some mechanism to understand what's working and what's not working, right? So that's the point about learning, is being open to trying a bunch of things and knowing that some of them aren't going to work as well as you thought. So that's what we say when we say that's what we mean when we say having a portfolio approach. So trying a number of different things towards a particular goal, and then trying to sort of figure out, okay, what's working better, what's not working as well, and having learning mechanisms to be able to identify, differentiate between those, and then having sort of a way to scale that up, right? And that also, the second point on the learning ecosystem, and that implies that you also need to have sort of broader network. You need to broaden the network of actors that are involved sort of in the process, right? So from, as I was saying, subnational governments, private sector, entrepreneurs, civil society, so on and so forth, right? And what I want to say, the last thing that I'll end on, is that it's not like this is brand new to governments in Africa. Actually, you can see that there are pockets where this is already happening, right? So the examples that we brought out in our report, and that I also want to mention here, is number one, an example from Liberia around partnership schools for Liberia. Some of you may be familiar with that example, but that was essentially an example where the Liberian government sort of said, we're not getting the outcomes that we need in terms of basic education. So what they did is they set up essentially an experiment where they brought in a bunch of different providers using different models, and they allowed them to sort of try to employ their different models across a number of different schools across the country. And then they said, okay, fine, go try your model, and we'll try to measure, we'll try to evaluate what happened, and then see what's working, right? Likewise, I think, based on my experience in Ethiopia, I've also seen that there is some elements of this sort of portfolio approach, this experimentation, right? So in Ethiopia, as some of you might know, the government has set up a range of different industrial parks where they're trying to really push the country's industrialization agenda. But if you see where those industrial parks are, they're sort of scattered all across the country, and part of that is sort of trying to manage the politics, essentially, right? So in some sense, you have to sort of try to spread the benefits, right? But economically speaking, purely economically speaking, it may not be sort of best to put an industrial park in one place versus another place, right? But you're trying to spread sort of the benefits. So the idea is that let's put up a bunch of different industrial parks with the knowledge and foresight that some of them aren't going to work as well as others, but we need to be able to do this in order to actually get this experiment off the ground in the first place, right? So they're essentially trying, the way I interpret it, is trying to create the space to be able to experiment in the first place and manage the politics while doing so, right? So I'll stop there, but the overarching point that I want to say is that there's this meta problem that we have to deal with, which is facing this uncertainty that the fourth IR is presenting African governments. We need to be much more adaptive, much more sort of nimble in how we approach sort of decision-making and how we approach innovation towards these objectives around inclusive growth. So I'll stop my comments there. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Patrick. That was very insightful, and it comes from an approach that you've already implemented, which is critical to figuring out how we can do it across the continent. So thanks for your thoughts. We're going to enter into my favorite round, which is a Q&A with all of our panelists. So panelists, if you could show us your faces so that we can engage with you a little bit further. So as I mentioned earlier, our participants, please go ahead and place your questions in the Q&A section. I'm going to start off with Rendani, a question to you, and then I'll throw a question to the overall, sorry, let me switch that off quickly. Then I'll throw a question to all of our panelists to kind of debate while we get the questions running through. But to Rendani, from your role at the 4IR Commission, the Presidential Commission here in South Africa, what are some of the key recommendations that you've made? And maybe it's not in the public eye as yet, but if you could just give us a purview of what are the key recommendations you've made. To Alistair and Michelle, you talked a lot around the Africa Free Trade Agreement and the digital disruption thereof. Fascinating conversation that you gave us there. But what are the critical elements required for the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Agreement when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution? And then to you, Patrick, a question around best practices in your opinion. I know you've worked in Ethiopia and a couple of other African countries, but when you look at 4IR, and I love how you talked around manufacturing, you know, what's almost like the minimal viable product? What is the entryway into implementation? So let's start with Rendani, then Alistair and Michelle, and then we can end off with Patrick while individuals are sending through their questions. So Rendani, please go ahead.
All right, no, thanks. There were other questions as well on the chat, which I responded to during the course of the other, I think there were 2 or 3 questions. So I've made a response.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so that
on that. So I think in terms of key recommendations, so yeah, the recommendations are in the public domain. The report was officially approved by Cabinet last month. So the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, who are providing secretarial services for the Commission, they are preparing to gazette that to the public domain for the purposes of gaining input, which will then integrate and engage and then decide how to best go forward. So there are a number of categories of the recommendations that we've put together, but I'll touch on 8 for now, which one of them is we have looked at the establishment of an AI Institute, which will look at various applications of artificial intelligence, including the training around that and how it can be applied in different areas of industries. There will be the other one is on the investment of human capital, or in the human capital, to understand how to integrate these different skills into the society. But I think the key thing here is that, you know, there has to be openness, not to only follow the traditional approach of education. So we actually have to figure out different modalities on how people can gain their different skills. Of course, others can go the traditional route, but there has to be a number of ways on how the skills can be adopted. And I think part of it is this whole concept of learning by doing, learning by using, and learning by interactions. It's also how to create the opportunities for people to learn on the job and then find ways on how to categorize that. Then the other one as well is a platform for advanced manufacturing and new materials. And this doesn't get a lot of press, you know, sometimes, but the reality is that the digital world, you know, rests on some physical infrastructure, right, which has to be built and have the right kind of materials to do that. I mean, if you speak from an energy perspective, for example, right, if Africa is to harness both solar and wind, there has to be a lot of advances on energy storage. And the question is, what are those new materials that we need to be able to achieve, you know, that have the right energy densities, you know, to be able to allow us to store sufficiently. So that's very important, and it's a space that, you know, such an exploration has to take place. Then the other aspect is around data, right? There's some stats that say that 70% of the data that is generated in the continent is not stored in the continent. I mean, that is wrong, right? So from a South African perspective, what we're looking at is how do you go about ownership of the data, and ensuring that, that data is made available for government services, for commercial and also for non-commercial services. There was a conversation earlier on about intellectual property. So one has to understand how do you then manage? So there is a big shift from an intellectual property perspective that has to be to be looked at and then be managed. Then the last one that I'll share now from an economics perspective, and also on the basis that part of what we have observed is the low adoption of 4IR technologies, and a number of studies have looked at that. So there's a need to incentivize the adoption of the technologies, be it for incumbents and also for the entrants. And I think there's a big conversation, at least from trade and industry perspective, together with other social partners on what are those kind of incentives that can drive the investment in that direction. Because if an incumbent is efficient as it is now, chances are they are not going to invest in it. So there's a role of government in shaping the investment landscape so that it actually allows for that. I think those are a few of what we have put forward, and we are looking forward to comments once the report is out in the public domain, and then that will be consolidated, and then we'll take that forward and see how to how to move things from there. So yeah.
Excellent. Now you've given us a clear indication, and it's always better to get it from an individual who was at the forefront of the process. So thank you for that. Alistair and Michelle, just your response on the question that I posed around the Africa Free Trade Agreement and how to use fourth industrial revolution and the disruption in that space, and how do we enter and implement these concepts that you presented.
Michelle, do you want to start?
I don't mind, Alistair. Up to you. But yeah, I'm happy to start. No, a really interesting question. Thank you. I think, with the CFTA, as I said earlier on, it's a really massive opportunity to, encourage that intra-regional trade. I'll start with trade. In order for us to actually encourage that interaction between the different countries, one role that the digital technologies or digital tools can play is actually to enable that to happen a little bit more seamlessly. And what I mean by that, so if you're going to start to look at, tapping on things like blockchain or, kind of cross-border transactions, right? And you utilize the tool. If we think of blockchain or any of these other technologies as tools to enable you to do that a little bit more seamless. So you have e-commerce operators from different countries being able to actually trade and do business quite easily through, by tapping on a blockchain platform, for example, where they can get access to financing, or, they can, they know where their goods are moving from A to B, and they can have that in real time. When you're thinking about things like agriculture, which is very, very important for Africa, how do you ensure, for example, some perishable goods that you're shipping from Kenya to wherever, you ensure that the quality of those goods will reach the destination they're meant to go to properly? How can we utilize technologies like IoT, for example, and blockchain to try and monitor, either temperatures as things are moving in the truck, and then when they get to borders, the problems they have around, the borders and customs and paperwork. And so we're trying to encourage this seamless flow across the supply chain, end to end, where you can use these technologies to actually enable you to do that faster. So you're not sitting on a border, for example, waiting for your papers to clear, waiting for customs to agree certain things. By digitizing that process, you're able to kind of ship and do good, and interact much, much faster. So in terms of the opportunities with CFTA, I think where the regulation and the policy environment is right, innovators can come in and bring in solutions that can work for the market and in areas where those technologies actually have an impact. So it's all well and good kind of coming and saying, we'll talk about blockchain forever, we'll talk about AI forever, and we'll talk about IoT. But if we cannot necessarily apply these technologies in the right environments, in the right way, then we're really missing this trick. there's a massive opportunity, I think, to leverage that with this. So I think that's in the context of the free trade, massive opportunities to digitize trade, to ensure seamless trade to happen. We have to think about removing, non-tariff barriers and tariffs and things like that we need to deal with, of course. And then we need to look at the regulation. We need to be able to enable trade facilitation to happen properly. So, even when we're doing negotiations around trade, again, very, very important that we have in mind that actually, how can we, whatever it is that we're negotiating or agreeing to, how does that sit in the context of us being able to bring in some of these tools to enable us to do things a little bit better and faster, so that we can support the SMEs and the innovators that are there. Yeah, and then as a caveat to that, we need to be able to train and build capacity with the, as we've heard from all the speakers, you need to be able to train. Yes, centers can be opened, and we're all in support of that. But I think we need a clear strategic plan in place, just like I think other countries have done, like China, where, China is planning 20, 30, 40 years ahead. We need to start to being a little bit more strategic in our planning, have scenario planning, as we've heard already, and be able to be very, very effective in our planning. So if we want to have those innovators or developers or anybody like that coming with these solutions, and by the way, they already are, without the support that they actually need. So we have innovators, entrepreneurs doing this stuff, with little support, financial support or investment. Imagine if you actually invest in them properly, right? The scale that they can grow their businesses, their e-commerce platforms, or whatever it is, can be very transformational for Africa. And I think that's my message, really. Alistair, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. I absolutely agree. I think we have to look at many different levels in this whole process. It is extremely important that there's proper investment involved, which we don't have at the moment. We struggle with investment, which is a very big problem. We struggle with investment partly because we don't have the data to prove to people that we deserve the investment. So it's a chicken and an egg thing. So we need to have better data in all sorts of different ways to be able to prove how we can do something rather than just sitting there and saying, well, we don't know. And I think that's what Michelle has so elegantly mentioned. The opportunities are there, the innovation is there. It perhaps needs to be updated or given some tweaks or whatever it is, it needs to be there. There will always be very serious problems that we face, one of which is infrastructure in Africa. In South Africa, of course, we're very lucky. We have very good infrastructure. Even in the rural areas, you can get to them. You may need a 4x4, but you will be able to get there when there's a flood or whatever. It's not the case in many other countries in Africa. So how do you get around that infrastructural thing? Well, we have drones, which are becoming heavy duty to carry much heavier stuff than they have done in the past. You can use airlines, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there are all sorts of ways in which we can overcome, but we need to start. And we need a positive view, I think, to start. The one thing that I would, Michelle pointed out the need for planning. I always feel that plans have a danger. And if they're government plans, they have a greater danger. Governments tend to create plans with a 5-year view, and then along comes COVID, and poof, you're really thrown out. So if we are going to do plans, and we have to do plans, we have to do them so they're flexible. And we won't be able to see if there's a new COVID round the corner, or a new whatever it happens to be, or if Mr. Trump will remain in the White House and destroy the rest of the world as he wants to, or whatever it happens to be. So we need to have very flexible plans. Just in terms of e-commerce, despite the fact that we are able to get things across frontiers more easily, although it's still quite a problem, one of the problems that I think that we need also to look at is to say to businesses, this is an opportunity for scalability. Michel and the last speaker also mentioned that. It's the scalability issue. We live in a very large continent, but with 55 countries. Some of them are very small. And we need to ensure that people understand that the bigger the market becomes, the greater the economies of scale. And that will drive all sorts of things, including industry along. And that maybe I'm just at my age, I've become too much of an optimist, but I really do believe that we are faced with a cup which is half full, not half empty. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair and Michel, for those remarks. Patrick?
Sure. So yeah, I'll try to address the question that you raised, Seth, with a couple of points, some of which have already been mentioned. So that's good. So one is, I think the question you were asking, the way I interpreted it, is that how do you what's the entry point, right? Like how do you approach sort of some of the things that I was talking about as government, right? So I think one really critical point that it seems so simple, and we see it to some extent in a number of African countries, but it doesn't. It seems to not be sort of as effective as it could be, which is sort of setting that vision, right? Setting that plan. And Alistair hit it on the head, right? Is that it's not to say that you have a plan and you stick to it no matter what. The point actually, and there's a nice, I think Dwight Eisenhower quote about this, is that the point is the planning, not the plan itself. Right? The point is actually going through the process, understanding, yes, what are the challenges that you actually need to face up to? What are the opportunities that you have based on, what's already going on in your country, your competitive advantages, all that sort of thing, right? So the planning itself, and that also a critical point of this, is that planning process allows you to bring in sort of this denser network of actors that I was talking about, right? And that's going to be, I think, ever more critical going forward. And as I said, we do see that in a number. You can go to any African country, I think, and find a plan. The question is, how much is that? Is it just a plan on paper versus how much is it something that actually people are paying attention to? So in Ethiopia, for example, you'll find lots of government officials, at least when I was there, always referring back to the plan, right? Whereas in other countries I've been, there's a plan, but that thing hasn't seen the light of day for a long, long while. The other point that I want to make on this front is it's not just about having a plan. It's actually about coordination, and it's not only coordination between countries, it's also coordination within a government, right? So one thing that we've seen a lot is that you'll have sort of, when you're talking about, say, sort of economic strategy, going forward, you'll have a Ministry of Industry saying, X, Y, and Z is our plan. And then you'll have an investment promotion agency saying A, B, and X is our plan. And then you'll have the trade minister saying, Y and Z is our plan, but not X, but D is our plan. So you actually see that there's not even sort of enough effective coordination within governments to be able to get on the same page on paper and in practice, to be able to work together in a cohesive way to sort of say, make the infrastructure investments that Michel and Alistair are talking about, to set the policy environment, set the policy framework that is required for new investment to come in, to existing firms to be able to thrive, so on and so forth, right? So that coordination piece is really, really critical. And, frankly, a lot of development researchers and economists won't pay attention to that because they're sort of paying attention to the sort of high level stuff. But that's really where the rubber meets the road. You can have all the great sort of ideas about we're going to pursue, this strategy here, we're going to pursue that infrastructure there. But these are the nuts and bolts, right? And if you don't get those right, you can actually have, the best plans that you could ever possibly imagine. And we've seen some of those in many different countries. But, the question is, how do you make it happen? So, and one last point I want to make, given that this is I think Africa-China sort of webinar series, is that the background for the session, I think, was, what can African countries learn from China in terms of harnessing the fourth IR? And the way I want to sort of tweak that statement is that there's as much to learn from China about adaptive governance as there is about sort of harnessing technology. And there's a great book that, the report that I co-wrote actually draws a lot from. It's called How China Escaped the Poverty Trap by a political scientist in the US. She's a ethnic Chinese Singaporean called Yuan Ang, that lays out in great detail exactly sort of the underlying governance sort of apparatus, the experimental approach that sort of the Chinese government apparatus took, and that enabled sort of their rapid growth. And so I think there's a lot to learn from that, as well as from sort of the direct technological aspects as well.
No, very well said. And I think like a really good example for me of a country that did that, participating with all the government sectors, is Rwanda. So they had a vision of where they wanted to go, and then brought in the different departments and government led institutions towards one vision. However, there's now this Kagame vision, what happens next after we move on. So there is a challenge with that. There is a question here that I think kind of lines up with what you're saying, Patrick. Anonymous mentioned here, how will the US-China trade war in the technological space impact on 4IR development in Africa? And I want to open it up to any of our speakers to give remarks on that. So please feel free.
Can I start by saying, actually, I think it gives us enormous opportunity, because for two reasons. Firstly, because it concentrates those two large countries on fighting each other rather than fighting anyone else. And I think that's very important. Secondly, because it allows us to develop a lot of these innovations that we have now without the baleful influence of those countries on us. And let me just take an example, because I think it's quite an interesting one. You may know that the Americans are trying to get a trade agreement, bilateral trade agreement with Kenya. Why are they trying to do that? They're trying to do that in order to split Kenya off from the rest of the African Free Trade Area. That's the sort of thing that needs to be avoided if the African Free Trade Area is really to go ahead. Because otherwise you start you're not only negotiating with Kenya, but you're negotiating with Uncle Sam sitting on Kenya's shoulder. And that needs to be avoided. So that's my bit for that.
Thanks, Alistair.
Yes, I can come in, Seth.
Thanks, Michelle.
Great, thanks, Alistair. I think, it's an interesting one. Certainly, yes, some great opportunities, but also I think a word of caution in that it shouldn't be a distraction on the journey that we in Africa are taking. I think the momentum that we have with the CFTA and the opportunities that presents are actually very, very massive. And if you have noticed, I think the rest of the world is very, very geared and looking at Africa, very, 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 very excited about the opportunities with interacting with Africa. Even here, as I'm sitting here in the UK, there is a big ambition even within the UK to actually have better, trade relations, business engagements with Africa. So at the moment, I think Africa is actually sitting in very, very good position to leverage that. And the focus should really be, saying, okay, what is it that we want on our side of the table, right? It's about negotiation. But at the same time, as Africans, we need to recognize the leverage and power that we actually hold and how we can use that to influence, to achieve what we want. We talked a little bit more around having data and keeping data ownership as an example, right? So if we are going to be to have low amounts of data that we don't have control over, data alone is a very strong weapon, if you like, or a strong asset. you know, that most countries are holding very, very dearly and very closely, because with data, you're able to actually inform yourselves and you're able to equip yourself, even when you're trying to plan ahead in terms of things like, you know, COVID or future pandemics. The United Nations has been looking at mapping data and using data to inform even for the next 10, you know, 15 years or whatever it is. So having access to that data and owning, the ownership bit is very, very important. How do you ensure that data retains in Africa and we have control over how that data is utilized, how we're protecting our consumers, our people? You know, it's very, very important. You know, and that alone gives you leverage as well. You can use that as leverage to go and negotiate what you want. So it's a massive opportunity, like Alistair says. But at the same time as well, I don't think we want to be so caught up in the challenges that, you know, the two countries are facing. In fact, you know, it's up to us to sit now and think, okay, what is it that's actually best for Africa? And how can we, you know, kind of utilize our position at the moment, you know, to influence what is best for Africa? You know, and of course, we're not in this world alone. So we're going to interact and operate with different people around the world in different countries, but we have to think about it in the context of what is best for Africa and how can we negotiate at equal level playing field. And for me, I'm very, very excited about the future because there's massive opportunities coming, you know, with changes at multilateral level. There's massive, massive changes coming along, be it around trade and what's happening with the World Trade Organization and what's going to happen there. The opportunities that come with the, you know, the CFTA. Again, we've got the Secretariat that's being set up and there's exciting things that's going to happen there. We've got a young population, again, starting to be very geared up with technology. We've got technology that we can choose to use and you know, to our advantage, right? So I can see massive, massive opportunities. But let's not be distracted with what's happening with trade wars elsewhere, but be mindful of the impacts, the negative impacts that might fall out of that. And then that's why I was saying about planning. Planning is important. You know, and you're not restricted to stick to your plans, but even with your plans, you can utilize data to change your plans. You know, you can utilize AI and things like that to read the data sets that you have about changing your plans. So it's very, very important, but exciting times ahead for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Michelle. And Patrick, in closing?
I have nothing to add to what Michelle and Alice just said. I think they, Michelle in particular, I think sort of made the point that I was going to make. So.
Okay, great. Rendani, are you still on the line? Do you want to add any comments to that?
No, nothing else to add. Thank you very much. I look forward to see the rest of the slide packs that were shared because I was in between afterwards after I did my presentation. But great conversation overall, and looking forward to see the rest of the write-up.
Absolutely. Well, to our speakers, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here. And I'm going to ask Dr. Kobus to wrap up for us. But before he goes there, to our participants, please go ahead and just fill out the survey. The link is on the chat, just for us to get better at facilitating a greater conversation. But thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to moderate this. And I'm taking all your slides and going to work through them on my own and may possibly email all of you as well, just for follow-up conversations. So thank you.
Thanks, Seth.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Sia, very much indeed. We've both, Michelle and I, are very, very pleased and happy to have had the opportunity to write this paper, and we look forward to it being published sometime soon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Seth. Thank you so much for all of the participants. Also, great thanks to the Chinese embassy for their support of this event. We really appreciate it. We would also be very grateful if you could complete the evaluation form for our events. We learn a lot from these evaluation forms and how to really tailor events for the widest possible audience. It is there's a link to it in the chat function. Yeah, we'd be very appreciative if you could send us your feedback. Yep. So just thank you very much to everyone. Thank you very much to everyone who attended. We really appreciate your support, and we look forward to taking the conversation further. Thanks so much, and have a wonderful day.